tell us a little bit about Maghreb Steel and how much are you producing right now, and what is the market scenario in Morocco? If you could just briefly educate us.
Yes, sir. Concerning the Morocco, I think we are. One second. Sorry. Yeah. Concerning Morocco, I think you all know about this country. This is the kingdom.
Yes.
And there is some one company is now Maghreb Steel, is the one of the only flat steel manufacturer. They have all. Here we have like cold rolling, hot rolling, both side of sections we have. In cold rolling sections, we have a complete complex, including galvanizing, color coating, and cold rolling CRCA, and sandwich panel. And we have all segment for the cold rolling sections. And the same way we in a hot rolling. We have like a smelting unit, and then a slab caster. Then we have hot rolling division. And the second, we have also the plate mill. So I think we are complete in this area. We are complete segment actually.
Okay.
Mr. Singh, sorry, Niralo, I think in mid-90s, Dastur prepared a feasibility report for Maghreb Steel. Mid-90s, long back ago.
Yeah. Actually, this company is from 1975.
Oh yes.
So yeah, it is. It was that time. It was name was Maghreb Tubes. They started with the tubes, and then in 90 they started the cold rolling complex, and then after that 2010 it's hot rolling plant. So it's old, very old.
Mr. Singh, let me introduce you to our organizing secretary, Mr. Sabyasachi Bandyopadhyay, and let us put our hands together, because now he is not only the CTO of Chief Technology Officer of Big River Steel, but also he has been elevated to the position of Chief Strategy Officer also. So he is wearing two hats. He is wearing two hats now. One as the Chief Technology Officer, and the second one as the Chief Strategy Officer, which is a recent development. Congratulations, Soboda.
Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations, Sabyasachi.
Thank you, Dada. How are things
going on?
Yeah, Mr. Bandyopadhyay is joining us all the way from Arkansas, USA, and it's, as you know, it's winter time, so it's very early for him during the winter time. Let me also welcome Mr. Sharad Mahendra. Mr. Mahendra is the CEO of JSW Coated Products. So Mr. Jayant Acharya's, the board committee meeting has extended a little longer. So he has therefore put the responsibility in very good hands of Mr. Mahendra, who is directly into the coated product business as the CEO of JSW Coated Products. Let me also welcome my good friend, Mr. R.V. Sridhar, who is the actually the chief of and the ED of the coated product business. Sridhar, a very good afternoon to you. So
thank you.
He heads the coated products business of ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, and as you have been reading, the chairman of the company, Aditya, has taken a very good initiative right now to expand further right away. And let us all congratulate AMNS India for a very good performance in a very difficult year. They have just completed 1 year of existence, and a very difficult year. And in spite of that, the company has done very well. So with that, may I also welcome Mr. Sudeep Chatterjee from Inrox. Inrox, as you know, is in the business of acid regeneration plants. So let me welcome him once again. And Manish, are you there? Manish, I can see Manish logging in. Manish, can you hear us? Okay, maybe Manish is joining. Ankit, in the meantime, are you ready with it? Because we are 4:30, we'll get started right away.
Yeah, so shall we start or shall we wait for the rest of the panelists?
We can, Shoboda and Subrotada, with your kind permission, can we start? Because Otherwise, we'll get delayed. It's 4:30 by my watch. So
Yes,
I
please.
think yes. I think yes.
yeah. So Ankit, please introduce the speakers, and then we'll go ahead with the program.
Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the panelists and the attendees who have joined us today, and to everyone who is watching this webinar on our live streams on YouTube as well as on our website. So after a long break from our weekly webinar series, we are back again to wrap up the year with a webinar on technology, market and applications for cold rolling, galvanizing and coated products. I would like to take a moment to welcome our sponsors, IMS GmbH, Indrox Global International Steel Services, Quaker Houghton, Novacell, Maxis Motion, and Steel Plant Specialties. A warm welcome to the chairman of our organizing committee, Mr. Shubhrata Mitra, who is the ex-joint managing director of M.N. Dastur & Co. Our organizing secretary, Mr. Shubhoshachi Bandyopadhyay, who is the chief technology officer and strategy officer of University USA. And our
Ankit,
supporting organization.
Ankit,
Can you mute everyone, please?
yes, please.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? So, yeah, and also to a supporting organization, India Lead Zinc Development Association, ILZDA. So I would like to now introduce our panelists for today. We have Mr. Shubhrata Mitra, who is the chairman of our organizing committee and ex-joint managing director, M.N. Dastur & Co. Limited, and editorial advisor to Steel and Metallurgy. We have Mr. Shobhoshachi Bandyopadhyay, chief technology officer and chief strategy officer, Big River Steel USA. We have Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, chairman, Steel Authority of India Limited. Mr. V.R. Sharma, managing director and CEO, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Mr. Sharad Mahendra, CEO, JSW Steel Coated Products Limited. Mr. R.V. Sridhar, Executive Director and CEO, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India Limited. Mr. Soumitra Banerjee, Lead Product Application Manager, Quaker Houghton. Mr. Christian Nackstedt, General Manager Sales, IMS Mess System GmbH. Mr. Arijit Biswas, General Manager, IMS GmbH. Mr. Shrikar P. Shanoy, Managing Director, Steel Plant Specialties. Mr. L. Pugasanthi, Executive Director, India Lead Zinc Development Association. Mr. Sudeep Chatterjee, Senior General Manager Technical, Indrox Global Private Limited. Mr. Manish Arora, Managing Director of Hercules India. Mr. Sanat Bhomik, Director, Sales and Marketing, Steel Plant Tech India Private Limited. Mr. Sanjay S. Sani, Chief of Marketing and Sales, Branded Products and Retail, Tata Steel Limited. Mr. Vikas Singh, Senior Territory Sales Engineer, Henkel Adhesives Technologies Private Limited. Mr. L.M. Ghansani, Director of Wapcon. Mr. Mithaleshwar Yadav, DGM Danieli India Limited. Mr. Mukul Kumar Singh, Product and Process Consultant, Maghreb Steel Morocco. And yeah, thanks to all our sponsors and our supporting organization for making this event possible. So I will now stop sharing the screen. Yeah, so just before we proceed, since it's been a long time since we did our last webinar, I would just like to share a few guidelines for smooth platform management during the proceedings. So firstly, for all the numerous attendees who have joined us on Zoom to listen to the discussion today, we have a Q&A section in Zoom, which can be accessed by all the panelists as well as the attendees. So I would request everyone to post your questions and queries in the Q&A section, and it will be visible to the panelists who can then choose to either answer it live or directly in the chat. I would also request all the panelists to keep their microphones muted when the other panelists are speaking to avoid noise feedback. And last but not the least, I would request all the panelists to adhere to the time limit as given in the program to avoid delays. Today, our session moderator will be my father, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, who is the editor and managing director of Steel and Metallurgy. So I would now request our organizing committee chairman, Mr. Shubhrata Mitra, to deliver his welcome address and carry the session forward.
Thank you, Ankit.
Shubhrata, may I just take 1 minute from you? I just got a message from Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary, Chairman SAIL, that as you know, he is today in Durgapur with the Honorable Steel Minister Sri Dharmendra Pradhanji. So the meeting with the Honorable Minister in Durgapur and in Burnpur are continuing. So he has just sent a message that he will not be able to join because when the minister calls, you can't say no. And obviously, during his last few days, he wouldn't like to spoil
Yes,
the
yes,
relationship
yes,
with the minister.
yes.
So obviously, since Dharmendra Pradhanji is with him in Durgapur, Mr. Chaudhary has just sent a message. In fact, till yesterday when I was chatting with him on WhatsApp, he told me he would try his level best to join from Durgapur itself. But unfortunately, I think there must have been a situation where he could not take out time from the minister.
No,
So
we appreciate that. Yes.
yeah. So let us hope we will miss him for perhaps one of the last webinars that he'll be attending as Chairman SAIL, because he is superannuating on the 31st. And a few days ago, he had his birthday on the 11th of December. So let us all wish him a very belated happy birthday. So with that,
Yes.
I will now hand over to our chairman of the organizing committee, followed by the secretary. First, Mr. Subrata Mitra, followed by Shobhada. May I request Mr. Subrata Mitra to take over, please?
Thank you, Nirmallo. Thank you, Ankit. Good evening to Indian participants and good morning to European and American participants. It has been, once again, it is a privilege and honor to welcome all the distinguished and eminent panelists and keynote speakers. We just now heard from Nirmallo that Chairman Sel during his last few days in office naturally is very busy and he will not be able to participate, which he had always been with us in various webinars, very much involved in our discussions. In any way, Mr. Sharma, MD CEO of JSPL, Mr. Sharad Mahendru, these are the eminent and very distinguished keynote speakers, and the other eminent and very distinguished panelists we have with us today. So after some gap, we are starting our webinars for the present topic, cold rolling, which technology, market, and application is a topic of the day. With the country rising in the domestic steel industry growing, in the value addition, this subject is of paramount importance. The coated products, galvanizing, and other cold roll products will add to the value addition of Indian steel products. And with a modest start in 1961 at RSP, cold rolling has come a long way in India, and we are a very big player in cold roll products, including Indian companies are implementing CR plants, cold roll plants in various other Southeast Asian countries also. This gives us a big pride, and we hope that the country will come up in a big way in galvanized and other cold rolling products with its various uses, right from auto to domestic to the railways to the white goods sectors and to other various applications of cold roll products. So with this, the Indian companies are setting up various plants, as I told, in say countries like Vietnam, which I personally witnessed, and they are exporting also, and India is also in the run for that. So with this, I welcome all the keynote speakers and panelists for a very useful and value-added discussion, which we are awaiting. Thank you. The floor is open for discussions.
Thank you, Subrata. Thank you so much. Now, before I request our organizing secretary, Mr. Sapachachi Bandyopadhyay, CTO and CSO of Big River Steel, to deliver his address, let me also welcome my other friends. A very good friend of mine, Mithileshwar Yadav, is here with us. Though we have always been in touch, but it is a rare opportunity where I have him as a co-panelist. It's a very great honor for me to welcome a very old friend and a good friend. Thank you, Mithileshwar. With that, I will now request Mr. Bandyopadhyay to address the House.
Nirmala, thank you very much. Shubhroda, thank you for your introductory session speech. And I think it's been a while that we have been together and since we last met on a platform like this. So Nirmala, thank you for bringing the light back on and uh, putting people in a collective manner on topics of such a nature. So I have been having the privilege of being part of Nirmala's journey since May of this year. So maybe the whole situation of COVID has brought us together in a stronger way. You know, one of the philosophies that probably can be adopted, whether it be it in personal life or in professional sector, is work to your strength and work on your weakness. So I think we worked on our weakness of not being online and worked to our strength of not only setting up contacts but being connected. And this platform of Nirmalia and Steel and Metallurgy continue to connect us through the steel making processes and technologies and other areas of interest. So today, I think we have spoken about this similar subject in the past. Um, I think I have also made comments in the past, but one of the things that I continue to be extremely concerned about, and it's about the industry. The concern that I have is that we ride the wave of the market. So sometimes it seems like that we're just waiting for the market to turn. And since steel industry is a completely nature of by nature is in a cyclical business scenario. So when the market really becomes challenging, almost entire steel industry across the globe, barring a few possibly, um, suffer. And uh, so we need to understand what are those segments within the industry, within our business, that somehow constitute that overall business success. So apart from the people portion, obviously I'm a very, very people person, but if I just look at the business from the very core standpoint of the business, I see three things. It's a three-legged stool. Number one, sales. Number two, procurement. It's not in any it's just random order. Sales, procurement, and operations. The entire business outcome comes out of this three-legged stool. Now, if we just take a second and think about it, so sales and procurement, we tend to say the market is hot or market is soft, prices are too high, and cost of the materials has gone beyond control. We have to import material. We are not self-sufficient. We have to either, we are being dumped by somebody X and Y and Z. We have to put in policies. So overall, the entire sentiment runs around aspects which are not, which we consider that not within our control. So that leaves the people within the industry with one leg of the tool having some level of control. And then this one we cannot really, the people in the industry really cannot say that it is not within our control, and that's operations. So I just thought that I will talk about 4, 5, 6 pain points and give some reflection on what kind of dollar value we can think about, or any currency for that matter. So let's think in the perspective of Indian steel industry. Nirmalya and others can correct me. I'm just referencing some numbers that I have come across based on different statistics, and I'm not claiming to be accurate, but so please correct me at the end of my speech that wherever you find me to be corrected. 45% blast furnace BOF production of the Indian steel capacity. And if you look at that, so almost 100% of the coking coal or coke, not the coke, but the coking coal is getting imported. And on top of that, we have a very simple process of hot metal desulfurization. What does it do? It does one thing. It gives us a peace of mind that the hot metal coming into the BOF has got a sulfur level of 0.001%. I have been working at the other side of the steel making process, which is electric arc furnace steel making process. And I do not have the luxury of doing desulfurization of my scrap. So can people please mute themselves? So I do not have the luxury of desulfurization of my scrap. So what do? I just charge it into the furnace. So normally when I look at the sulfur coming out at tap, it's somewhere around anywhere from 0.025% to 0.035%. So do I not, so the question then becomes, oh, you are not then capable of producing, low sulfur grades like for API, super sour grades. Okay, so hold your thoughts, people. We are producing steels, and not only us who are in this Big River Steel, who is in the electric arc furnace, there are other players too, even before us. They've shown the way that you can produce steels to the level of 15 ppm sulfur. Our average sulfur in Big River Steel is under 30 ppm on an average. So what's the purpose of hot metal desulfurization then? As you do hot metal desulfurization, you have to skim the slag off. Do we have an assessment of how much liquid iron we are losing in that process? What's the yield loss? Because if that slag goes back to BOF, then you have undone all the good work that you have done in the hot metal desulfurization process. So from my standpoint, and no offense to anybody, I feel that the steel industry has a way of making others rich who either supply or buy. So we are not so much concerned, very much particular about our process, but we are rather more, I always hear, oh, customer wants this chemistry. Customer needs this. So we need to stop. We need to start educating our customer. The second point I would try to talk about is very simply the yield of metallics. It's a huge, huge impact. If you look at simple numbers, $300 per ton of metallics cost, whether you look at it from the, maybe the hot metal cost would be slightly lower, but with the iron ore pricing going up, it may be touching that number close to being. So $300 per ton, let's say, I'm just taking a number, don't hold me to this, $300 per ton. A 1% improvement in metallic yield. So whether you are operating at 89% or 90% or 91% or 92%, 1% would generate $3 per ton. Very simple math, nothing to be genius about, but that's a huge volume. So think about, let's say 1.8 billion tons of production. So if all across the globe, we take a stance and we decide that we will improve our metallic yield by 1%. That simply generates $5.4 billion, enough to make at least 3 steel plants every year. The third thing, we have several metallurgical myths, including copper levels. So people say we have to produce copper at this level. You know why this myth? Because we have been producing blast furnace BOF route. So we do not have copper in those grades at all. So people are used to it. And so they say, I need copper at 0.05 level or 0.06 level or less than 0.10. Why? Because copper produces hot shortness. It gives us surface defects. Guess what? there are process conditions, there are process parameters which need to be controlled, and copper is a complete myth metallurgically. And I'm announcing it from my side, copper is a complete myth. The fourth thing, and again, a very simple number, I'll give some numbers. 1.85 billion tons of production per OECD in 2020, as per the report June 2020. So roughly speaking, the industry-wide, if I take a number of 5% production, that's about 92.5 million tons of non-prime generation. 92.5% non-prime generation. And if you look at the prime revenue gap to the secondary selling price, or even the cost, either way you look at it, let's say $150. That's $13.875 billion, people. Worth to build 10 steel plants of 1.5 million metric ton each. And all these numbers I'm telling about it could be slightly here and there. So I'm just giving reference to what I have been doing. So that's huge. The last item. So we all talk about mill capacities. What is a mill capacity? It's just a name to be referring to. It's just a tag. How did the equipment supplier give us a number of 1 million ton? Because of previous history of running certain products with certain width and gauges or different dimensions at certain speed, etc., etc., etc. So again, and they considered that the mill uptime to be at certain level percentage. So if you can change the whole philosophy of it and say the mill should be running as long as it can, so sweat the assets. And in order to sweat the assets, so what we need to understand to have a pulse on the mill in terms of not having a preventive schedule on a every weekly basis or every 3 days or every 10 days we go down, it should be live. That means there should be a tracking of how the mill is operating, how the equipment is functioning, and accordingly take action. Again, if there is a 1 million ton plant, you think about it, a 1% utilization, what it can do to your overall capacity. If you go to 2% mill utilization uptime, how much it will do to your capacity. I'm pretty sure the numbers will rack up and it will give every one of us, not to go for putting in additional capacity for the sake of building capacity, but it will give us better utilization of our assets, where our steel industry is a very, very capital intensive industry. So naturally, we must get good return of our assets. And one of the ways to do it is by increasing the utilization, the overall productivity. I have lots to comment, but I know the time is of essence. So I'm going to pause here and see if there are any questions for me. If not, I can understand. But over to you, Nirmala. Thank you.
Thank you, Sambuddha. And let me also take this opportunity to congratulate you, because Big River Steel, as you may know, has doubled its capacity to 3.3 million tons now. And they have actually commissioned or gone into commercial production before the scheduled date of 21st January. So big round of applause to Big River Steel for achieving 3.3 million tons and doubling the capacity within a period of 19 months from groundbreaking. So that I would say is an achievement. And I take this opportunity to welcome our keynote panelist, Mr. V.R. Sharma. Again, a person of, I would say, immense knowledge. I mean, I call him the leader of our industry. So it is a great opportunity to always welcome Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director of Jindal Steel and Power, JSPL. And as you know, he is our first speaker. So before we go over to Mr. Sharma, Ankit, may I request you to have the national anthem, please. Let us all rise for the national anthem. Ankit, the audio is not working, it seems. Ankit, can you check the audio, please?
Sorry, did you say something?
Yeah, the audio is not working.
The audio is not working. Okay, I'll try again. Is it working now?
Yeah, perfect.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, Ankit. So with that, we'll now move on to our first keynote panelist, none other than Mr. V.R. Sharma, Managing Director, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. And as you know, he needs no introduction, and I always call him the leader of our industry. So over to you, Mr. Sharma sahab.
Yeah, mobile.
May I request Mr. V.R. Sharma to take over? Okay. Ankit, can you unmute Mr. Sharma? He's muted. I can see Sharma sahab is muted. Okay, now it's fine. Yeah. Sharma sahab.
Yeah, actually, this is breaking. I don't know from your system or from my system.
It is fine. We can hear you clearly.
You can hear me now?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, okay. Thank you so much. So, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and good evening to all of you. It's my pleasure to speak as a keynote speaker on this webinar of technology market application for cold rolling galvanized as of now. The cold rolling basically, as we all know, it is a very 150 years old process. People started from 2 high mills, then 3 high mills, and then 4 high mills, finally G high mills, that is 20 high mills. And also then the last generation came as 6 high mills when it was divided by Hitachi, and finally Hitachi gave the license and then SMS and Hitachi, they have been working on these mills to produce rolled steel through 6 high mills. And finally, the companies like VAI, Denali, and after that, mill. 6
Sharma sahab's connectivity we have lost. I think we have lost him. His net is okay. Can you unmute Mr. Sharma, Ankit?
I'll stop my video and then I'll stop my video and then is it okay? Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
now it's perfect. Now it's perfect.
Okay, I'll switch off the video for a minute and okay. So the 6i mill, it was a good advent to be in cold rolling mills. And 6i mills have also been used in a couple of hot strip mills as stand number 7 and 8 to reduce the thicknesses and to produce 1.2 and 1.4 millimeter material. And two mills I have seen, both the mills in Japan. One is with GFE and the other with Nippon Steel. The cold rolling per se in the country, people were thinking that you just uh, bring the hot rolled coil, pickle it, cold roll, make it something, usable, and then give back to the industry. But finally, the revolution came when the car industries and the outer skin panel application that came to India, especially, and then it was very difficult to produce cold rolled steel for the outer skin panels, and especially for the components like our outer body panel for where the and for the fuel tank applications. So the most critical area in the entire car was side body outer, and it was very difficult to produce this particular panel with a RA, RZ, and RMX value of 0.8, 2.5, and 3.2, which was the requirement so that the thinning can be avoided while the press shop applications are going on. So this is where the advent of IF steel, interstitial free steel, came. And this interstitial free steel, where the carbon, you can say it was literally zero carbon. So 0.003 is the carbon, and the titanium was 0.04, niobium was 0.04, and aluminum is as low as 0.002. This particular steel came in the picture to produce outer skin panels, and people started using this kind of grade of material. But there was a big challenge, especially in India, because there was no CAL. Since there was no continuous annealing lines, so how to produce this material? So first time this material was produced by Bhushan Steel in Saibabad with in a batch type furnace, 100% hydrogen batch type furnace, and to our great surprise, the temperatures were as high as 730 to 740 degree, as against of 680, 690 what we used to operate at, and that changed the entire country's concept, how to produce these kind of grades. And finally, the Japan brought a different product that is called jet body concept, so that especially on the head-on collision, so the bonnet that will take a form of jet formation, and the passengers inside they could be saved, their lives could be saved. And after that, a new concept came in the car industries and also in other automobile industry, that the dent resistant and scratch resistant steel has to be devised for vehicles, especially for the specialty vehicles. And that brought a different kind of material, that was SPRC 35, SPC 45, SPC 90, SPC 59, and SPC 65, which was equivalent to SAPS 350, 390, 560, and 690. And that material started coming up very fast. Maruti, Hyundai, Toyota Motors, and Ford Motor, they started using this material, outer skin panels made out of grade 350, 390, 450, 590. That was basically the yield strength. And TS to YS ratio used to be 0.5. So you can imagine when TS to YS ratio is 0.5, that would be the YS at that particular time. So that was a true dent-free and scratch-free steel. And now again, these grades are further modified so that people, those who are traveling in a car in the event of any accident, their lives can be saved. And more and more development are taking place in automotive sector. Similarly, some of the developments took place. I still remember that we used to have refrigerators made of 0.63 millimeter thickness, and always the procurement team, they were working on VA versus VG, value added versus value addition versus value engineering, VA versus V, and that was a big challenge, how to reduce the weight of a refrigerator. So we developed something from 0.63 to 0.5, 0.5 to 0.45, 0.40. And once I visited China, I found that they are making refrigerators out of 0.35 millimeter. So we discussed this point with Chinese counterpart, and we brought some samples. We found, to a great surprise, the material was superb. It was really truly dent resistant. We discussed with company like Whirlpool, Electrolux, Godrej, and we launched this product of 0.35 millimeter thickness in refrigerator, which is still going on. Then, another generation came, that why to have a paint lines and why not to use color coated steel in refrigerators, washing machines, white goods appliances. That was the latest journey, and now people are using directly the products. And now in color coating also, we started with the polyester, then SMP, that is silicone modified polyester, and then we converted into PVDF. And now the bacteria-free steel, bacteria-free color-coated material is very popular in the country, and bacteria is a talk of the day. So people, they always say that if you can find steel which is bacteria-free, it is good. But basically, it is modified PVDF, and where the bacteria formation in moisture conditions, even if you have 80 humidity all the time, I mean, still you don't get the bacteria. In the bacteria temperature is 40 degree, which is very convenient and very easy for bacteria to develop. So coming back on the new developments, whether it is Galvalume or it is Galfan or it is ZAM, all these products, they came in last 2 decades, and Zinc Development Associations, ILSDA, and also the international the zinc consumers, they worked out that which can be the best product in the centuries, like in the decade of 2000 to 2010, that 10 years. These were for galvanium, and after that, now it is ZAM, that is zinc, aluminum, and magnesium, and people are using in a ZAM product. I mean, the ZAM is basically a trade name of a company, but finally, with a little change in the composition, people are utilizing zinc, aluminum, and magnesium to produce a better wear resistant and basically weather resistant coatings. After that, the advent of specialty electrogalvanized material has come for the car bodies. In India, actually, it is not mandatory to have a coated product on for cars because the life of 10 years is guaranteed by all car manufacturers based on cold rolled steel and then finally painted through DP process. But in Europe, yes, it is mandatory, and also in America, it is mandatory to have the coated steel, and that will be used for the car making, which is a bigger challenge for the press shop operators because even a small abrasion of coated material like zinc or ZAM coating or electrogalvanized coating, that will damage the dies and the dent formation will start. So coming back on a few issues what Indian industry has been facing at. One is the petrol tank material, which was developed by some of the Japanese companies with a different technology because it has a very deep draw, and that is now also developed in India. Many of the companies, they are making this petrol tank material. Outer skin panels, yes, of course, India has a capability now, and we can produce very well the outer skin panels. But there is a problem. The problem is the Koreans and Japanese companies, they do not buy and they do not encourage steel from India. Why? Because both the countries, Korea and Japan, they have FTA with Government of India, that is free trade agreement. So they are in a position to bring all these outer skin panel, hot cold rolled coils and coated coils at duty free from Japan and from Korea. So ultimately, what is happening? Finally, the Indian industry is not getting a chance to enter in these car manufacturing companies to supply them the skin panels material, despite of their capability, what they can produce. JSW, Tata Steel, the other companies, those who are reputed companies in the country, they can definitely supply this outer skin panel material to the Indian car industry and also the other automobile industry. But unfortunately, because there is zero duty on Koreans and Japanese, the most of the material is still being imported. Some of the inner skin panels, the Indian companies, they are getting the orders, but in a complete car is still not built with the Indian outer skin panels or Indian steel. So this is all from my side. In case some question comes on the way, then definitely we'll discuss. So I wish all the best to the all cold rollers, galvanizers, color coating people, those who are present over here, the technology suppliers, and also the consultants and advisors, those who have agreed to and given their consent and who has agreed to share their views in today's webinar. And I wish Nirmala a great success of this webinar. Thank you very much. Hello.
Nirmalia or Ankit?
Yeah, I think that went offline for a bit. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Sharma.
Could you listen me completely or
Yeah,
no?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think, yeah, that maybe I think he went to take a call or something. Okay, so now we will move on to the next panelist. We have Mr. Sharath Mahendra, CEO of JSW Steel Coated Products Limited. And just a short introduction about Mr. Mahendra. So he has completed his BTech in Mechanical Engineering from NIT Allahabad and brings with him 31 years of rich experience in automobile, steel, chemical, and power industries. In his previous assignment, Mr. Mahendra was working as director and COO and was on the board of JSW Energy Limited as director and also on the boards of subsidiaries and JV companies of JSW Energy. He has also been on the board APL Apollo Tubes Limited and was responsible for the overall sales and marketing functions as well as for organization building. He has worked with Philips Carbon Black Limited, JSW Steel Limited, Escorts Limited, and Yamaha Motors Limited in various capacities. In his previous stint at JSW Steel Limited, he was responsible for both domestic and international sales as well as for marketing functions for all flat products. Mr. Mahendra has also been a recipient of Hall of Fame's Award London for Best Marketing and Communication globally. So I would like to request Mr. Mahendra to deliver his address. Over to you, Mr. Mahendra.
Thanks, Ankit. My good evening to Mr. Subrata Mitra, Chairman, Organizing Committee, Mr. Sabyasachi and Mr. Nirmal Mukherjee for organizing this wonderful event. And as said by Nirmala ji, my special regard, and it is always a pleasure to listen Mr. V.R. Sharma, whom I consider as encyclopedia of steel. And he has always been an individual and as a leader, sharing his thoughts and knowledges. And today also, after listening him, many things definitely come worth making a note and to act upon. Thank you, Sharma ji. Thank you very much. Nice to hear you once again. Friends, and my special thanks to all the delegates and all the participants for this wonderful event, which is not a very common thing to focus on the value-added steel or the coated or the cold-rolled steel. Today, I will be briefly, knowing the time frame which I have, will be speaking on the importance of coated steel for especially in the emerging economies like India, its applications in various segments and the technological advancement being made by the industry, and also briefly touching upon what in JSW, where we are and what we are doing to make the facilities and the technology self-sufficient to cater to the growing requirement of the country. We all know that coated steel is one of the most important product for any economy. And it's a published data which says that almost 3.4% of the global GDP is lost every year just because of corrosion, and which if converted into value terms is close to $3 trillion. This is the loss, global loss, which is there, wherein the coated steel plays an extremely important role. Whether these are the sectors of construction, infra, automobiles, appliance, and many more, this is where the value-added products and the coated steel plays a great role for any economy. And in India, to be very specific, going forward with more of urbanization, leading to higher automobile sales, also leading to higher white goods, say, consumption, and many other factors will definitely, we see all projected numbers show that the coated steel demand growth in next 5 years is going to be much higher than the normal steel consumption growth. And this is very natural. Today, we see the coated steel per capita consumption in the country is only around 7 kgs, which is very, very low. If I compare with China, we all know China is in the range of 33 to 35 kgs. That is the difference. So it all factors, and just to revalidate what I'm saying, this is not just a statement, which is again a number which has come out of the studies. One small example of the appliance industry. If we see the penny today, appliance industry in India is consuming around 4 lakh tons of coated steel only, with very low penetration. If we talk of refrigerator penetration in India is only 28%. Washing machines is only 13%, and air conditioning is only around 5%. And which are projected to grow significantly higher in next 5 years. Refrigerator from present 28% is likely to be in the range of 45% penetration. From 13%, washers is said to be around 28% in next 5 years. And air conditioning, almost maybe from present 4% to almost 12%. And this all when converted into the coated steel consumption, it is from present 4 lakh tons, it is expected to be additional 6 lakh tons, which means the coated steel alone, the appliance industry alone will be consuming 1 million ton of coated steel in next 5 years. And these are very, very highly demanding. What Sharma ji also touched upon, the kind of products required, the kind of quality required, which is a very, very high-end coated steel. It is very important to have the right kind of technology and to service to this highly demanding sector. And for that, we at JSW definitely, and otherwise also the steel industry is working hard on this. We have done a significantly high import replacement by building up the capability. So we are, in fact, today focusing more on the capacity growth, but not only the capacity, but also the capability. And for which, just to give an example, like Sharma ji touched upon the mill, 6i mill and others, just to share with you that we at JSW are investing in technology by bringing in best of the technology, making galvanized, galvalume, and also in turn the color coated through the PLTCM route. Presently, we have 3 PLTCMs commissioned at various plants. One more is coming. So our total rolling capacity, which is the downstream capacity, which is going to be in the coming few months to 10 million ton. Out of that, 6 points, maybe almost 6.5 million will be through the PLTCM route, which in itself speaks that rather than putting up the normal bill PLTCM, it's a high investment and all, but ensuring that the way India is expected that the kind of quality, not only the quantity which will be required, will be extremely important to cater to the global. We, like in JSW, we are also exporting to more than 100 countries, and product is well accepted. And it is only because of the quality which we produce. And also corrosion resistance, when we talk of pre-painted steel, which is now, we have seen in last maybe 10 years, lot like galvanized corrugated, which was being the major roofing product, has largely been replaced by pre-painted steel. And understanding that, we started building the capacities and to offer the best of the products in the market. And presently our color coating capacity is almost 1.2 million, which is going to be more than double in just next few months time only. So, and this is where we see that the consumers are also demanding, and the best of the products. Corrosion, as I told you, and the life of the roof increases many times by using different type of paints, which Sharma ji also touched upon, that we started with normal RMP, then SMP, then PVDF, then both not only front coat, top coat, but also on the bottom side paints, bacteria free, anti-graffiti, lot many things have been produced, developed. And in addition to that, even the interiors also, like majorly when we see in our houses and everywhere, it is the wood which is being used. So, and wood, we all know, is not going to be available in the coming times. I'm not talking of today, maybe going forward 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, wherein steel, what we see in Europe, is going to play an important role. So we have already developed niche products taking care of the even the home interiors in various finishes. So all these, in the terms of new products, we are focusing on, and we will continue to ensure, identify the requirements in the marketplace to ensure that whatever the market demands is made available rather than depending on imports. The only thing is that there are certain concerns which we all will agree that exist for the steel industries, that is still lot of imports, which is a inferior quality imports, or whether it is related to electro galvanized, or whether it is being related to tin imports, defective, rejected, is which is a scrap in other countries, is coming in a large quantity and being catered to the consumers who are less educated in terms of when it goes to rural or semi-urban areas, offering products which are non-BIS, or even the BIS don't exist for many other many products. So I think as a steel industry, our request is to the relevant authorities and Government of India to ensure that we offer a right kind of product to the end consumer, for which the steel mills are definitely ready to invest in best of the technologies and bring in the quality product which a consumer deserves, and to stop. So BIS, implementation of BIS norms for all steel products, which is extremely important, is the need of the hour. Otherwise, to sustain the high investments, which we all know, which is required for setting up any line, is going to be a challenge going forward. With this, I think there are many topics, but a few of the things in related technology, Sharma ji has already covered and made my job a bit easier. So with this, maybe any questions which are there, I will be present to answer that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mahendra. And it's once again a privilege for us to welcome you for the first time in our webinar. For example, Jen Dada is always there in our webinars, but since he couldn't make it today, he sent a WhatsApp message to me mentioning that Sharad will do the best justice on the subject. And you have really touched upon the major issues. And I think it's time that Steel Ministry should move to Commerce Ministry and Finance Ministry and seek adequate safeguard measures, including safeguard duties in place to prevent the dumping of seconds and defectives, and whatever we have been facing of late. It's a matter of surprise when Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, who's a very knowledgeable minister, complains to the Prime Minister about the steel prices.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you look at the price of raw materials going up, and one should understand, I think it's high time that people should start understanding the market dictates the price. It is not the producer. We don't work as a cartel to dictate prices. So it is the market which dictates the prices. When HRC shoots to 48, 49,000, remember the steel industry had to suffer a lot during the initial phase of the lockdown. And this is a time when the industry is making a little money. We should all be happy about it instead of complaining. Having said that, now I'll thank Mr. Mahendra once again, who is the CEO of JSW Coated Products. And now my good friend Sridhar, whom I know for more than a decade. I mean, and whom I have been interacting with. And, Sridhar, I would say, has mastered the entire coated market, so to say. So, Sridhar, the floor is all yours. And tell us where all can we increase our coated steel consumption. One of the things I think you remember, as far as I remember, you told me years back. In fact, at the stage when SPSL was being taken over by the Ruyas, I mean, ISR, at that point of time, it was really interesting for me to know a small country like Italy was consuming a good amount of SPSL output, just before this takeover was happening. So I want to understand a little bit from you about the geographic advantages where coated products could have, I would say, more consumption in the days to come, other than, let's say, the markets like the northeastern states. So, Sridhar, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good afternoon to all of you, and thanks for the introduction, Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee, and also to Mr. Subrata Mitra, Mr. Sabyasachi, and others. And of course, I would fully endorse what Sharad has said about Mr. V.R. Sharma. Is an encyclopedia, and as always, we learn from him whenever we interact with him. And of course, Sharad, even you have made my task a little easy by talking about the various, marketing initiatives and all the what you call innovation products and all which we are talking about. So let me start with the current market size, okay, of color coated. Right now we are at about 2.3 million tons, and our installed capacity in India, which we have, is about 3.5 million tons. Now color coating capacity, which is slightly underutilized at this point of time, especially in the secondary producers, their capacity utilization is about 36%, whereas the capacity utilization for the integrated mills is about 88% or so. And most of this capacity is there in the western part of our country. It's about 70% of the total capacity is in the western part. I hope I'm able to be heard. Am I right? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, fine. So this color coated is growing at the rate of CAGR of 12% or so. It's one of the highest for any product of steel. This is the highest ever CAGR. So whereas the normal coated galvanized or so is going at the rate of 7 to 7.5%. So the overall coated is growing at the rate of 8 to 9%. Now the total coated, including galvanized, galvanum and all, is right now the capacity is about 8 million tons. And by 2024-25, we expect this total coated capacity to be about 11.6 million tons. Whereas the color coated, which the demand is at about 2.3 million tons, is likely to go to 3.3 million tons by 2025. So it is this which is going to be the biggest growth. Now, thanks to this black swan event which has happened, that is, this COVID, there is a lot of emphasis on cold storage. We in India have about 37 to 39 million tons of food cold storage capacity. But however, in the medical or the pharma cold storage, it is practically next to nothing. So about 2 days back, we issued a Twitter from AMNS, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel, which says that we have entered this medical refrigeration and we are likely to continue for some time with one of our major customers in India. So that's going to be a major, task for most of us to establish this medical refrigeration. And we are finding that the government of India is setting up 25 to 30 cold rooms in various parts of in various states. Now, this is going to be a big thing, vaccinating 1.3 billion people where the cold storage is required for transportation, for storage, etc. So this is something important. Then again, thanks to this, whatever which has happened, this COVID, there's a lot of emphasis on clean rooms. for hospitals and various other places, and cool rooms as well. There are a lot of paints which reduce the temperature by about 3 to 4 degrees centigrade, and especially in a hot and humid country like India, this is important, but more so during these times. Antibacterial, antiviral, we have already heard from Sharath, but we are also doing this a lot at our end. So what is AMNS's future outlook for this coated industry? We are likely to put in about 2 million tons additional capacity as we go along from now to next 3-4 years, total coated capacity, and 1 million tons will be in color coated. So this is what is going to be the driver for us in our downstream expansions, which Mr. Aditya Mittal has spoken. It is there in the various newspapers as well. We aim to have about close to 40% of the market share in color coated. We are also looking at galvalume and other things. And in the overall coated, we are looking at a market share of between 18 to 20% as we go along. Right now, we have a market share of between 55 to 60% in pre-painted galvanized. Of course, we are not there much in the pre-painted galvalume, which we would be entering into. Now, coming back to what are the growth areas in the color coated, especially this printed colored material for refrigerator, front doors and all, where what Mr. V.R. Sharma talked about. 2/3 of all the coated requirement in appliances and all, the total market is about 420,000 tons. In this, 2/3 of it is in color coated itself. And 50% of this total 420,000 is in LG and Samsung demand itself. And here we have a lot of imports. We have seen recently this production linked initiative, which has been launched by the government of India. And for import substitution, it's the highest, sort of subsidy given from the government, that is 9% or so. So this printed coated material, which is the refrigerator, front doors and all that, which is now being imported, we are looking at import substitution. So going forward, we are other areas like biomimicry, wood finish, steel imitating nature, marble finish, various other things which we are looking at. And of course, we have already launched many of these. Somebody talked about Nitin Gadkari. While whatever that is being said, that's a different topic. But thanks to him, these highways are built at the rate of 41 kilometers per day. Now, this requires each highway, we talk about petrol pumps, kiosks, and so on and so forth. This is a big demand booster for coated products, especially color coated. Then we have India's, intention to have 175 gigawatts of non-renewable energy by 2022, out of which 55 megawatts will be solar itself. This again is a big demand booster, especially for heavy duty coatings, galvanized coatings, 650 GSM, 700 GSM, and so on and so forth. Then we have the toilet blocks. You must have read V.S. Naipaul, who is a Nobel laureate in literature. He has written a book, India, a Wounded Civilization, where he talks about open defecation everywhere. But thanks to the current government, we have 111 million toilets which have been built in the last 1.5 years. And we in AMNS have been a significant contributor for these toilet building blocks all across the country. Then again, we have the railway stations, which have been traditionally built from asbestos and other material. But here we have, color-coated steel in various stations all across the country, which are coming. So this again is a big demand booster. Then, of course, we have this Prime Minister's intention and goal to have 20 million homes to be built by 2022. Now, this is again a big demand booster for galvanized and coated steel. India is one of the largest producers of food grains. Nearly 9 to 10 million food grains, million tons every year rot for lack of adequate storage capacity. So this grain silos is again a big demand booster. We are in AMNS or ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel are capable of producing heavy duty coating 650, 700 GSM, which is required for these sort of applications. Then there is this doors and windows, then bus body building. Bus body was normally galvanized GPSP, but nowadays color coating is also going for interiors. Artificial ceilings. Artificial ceilings till date was mainly galvanized based, but nowadays we are having a lot of color coated, which is being used into this. And of course, we have storage and racking, so many other interesting applications which are coming into play. Now, what is the critical success factor for succeeding in this, sort of environment where there's a lot of competition. We, as I mentioned earlier, we have a 55 to 60% share in pre-painted galvanized in the domestic market. One of the main reasons why we do this, we have this, is our quick delivery. We are ready availability for last 6 years. There has been no failure in dispatches, in our consistency. We have been all the time consistent in the market. Our material has been readily available. In fact, we have started a campaign called SR Omnipresence earlier. Omnipresence in all parts of the country. Now we say AMN is omnipresence in various parts of the country. So we give value for money, consistency, availability, and above all, quick deliveries. So this is one of our critical success factors, what we have. And we run a hybrid model. We have a standardization model where we have, standardized many of the colors. Earlier, we used to have, 9.5 color changes per 1,000 tons, but now we have brought it down to less than 3. Now, this sort of standardization has helped in quickening our delivery service to various places. We also have a lot of, programs on the new products and also on the appliances and all, and we will be taking this forward in a big way as we go along. In fact, I'm inspired by Larry Page, who is a founder of Google, who says it's a toothbrush test. Every day we use toothbrush. Basically, how easily available, how omnipresent, or what is it required daily, and how easily it is available. It's a toothbrush which we use daily. So in the Google context, it is a Google search engine which is so easily available and readily popular for everyone. So similarly, we aim to achieve this toothbrush test in color coding all across the country. And of course, there is another point which I would like to stress on: the rural part of India. In India, rural, why is the demand not matching up to what is happening in the urban sector? Why is India not China? In China, we have 3 vehicles of rural credit: Tencent, JD.com, and Alibaba, etc. Can we replicate such sort of a model in India? Then in that case, rural in India will also become a big demand booster for growth of steel and also for coated steel in the country. Lastly, Mr. Nirmalia, you asked a question. What about the overall, global coverage of, our exports and all? Yes, we are present into 110 countries around the world, and this number is growing. But our emphasis now is more on the domestic market, and we would like to be here. I feel earlier, say 10 years back, Italy was the main driver for color coated in the world. It used to consume about 4 million tons or so. But today, as we go along, India could replace Italy as one of the largest growth engines for color coated steel and also other galvanized steel, etc. Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I have finished my talk.
Thank you, Sridhar. Thank you so much. And as usual, you have covered the major challenges of the coated products market very well. And let us say now we have entered a phase where the consolidation is happening. After Asian Color Coated has been taken over by JSW, I think if I am not mistaken, we are close to, JSW will be close to 2 million tons of coated products. And Sridhar, I do not know whether Aditya has any plans of expanding the Pune facility further in the near future. That would mean that we'll have additional capacities available for the coated market. Mr. Mahendra, as you know, Sajanji's coated business is something which is very close to his heart. And we all keep saying that it is the passion of Sajanji. If you look at the history, how he started with Vasin Tarapore, and Kalmeshwar, of course, was a little later. But then this is a product segment which Sajanji is very, very passionate about. So, Mr. Mahendra, if you could highlight at 2 million tons will be your coated market, and if I'm not mistaken,
just to correct, the present capacity is 3.5 million tons of coated, spread across all locations, and in next few months this will be anything between 5.5 to 6 million tons.
That includes SCCIL.
Yes, including that of 0.7 million.
Okay, right. And how much would be your galvanized right now?
When I say this coated, this is all, majority is now Galvalume
Okay,
and galvanized put together. Out of this total, like present 3.5 million tons, color coated is 1.2 million. Rest all is, and small capacity of 0.3 million is the tin capacity.
okay,
Apart from that, rest all is the GI and GL.
perfect. So, which means we have a significant capacity available for the entire coated segment as of today.
Going
Especially from-
forward, of our total capacity of JSW Steel, going forward between around 45%, including cold rolling and coating, downstream facility will be out of the total capacity will be about 40-45%.
Great. That's great to hear. And thank you once again, Mr. Mahendra, and thank you, Sridhar, for covering this segment, which again is, I would say, a hot product as of now in the market. And this has a long way to go. When we look at how the Northeast or the Seven Sisters, the potential for demand there is existing today. And we have a huge potential in especially in areas where which is prone to high rainfall and all that, where I feel the coated products for roofing applications has a tremendous potential. So with that, I'll move on to our, before I move on to our next speaker, I think uh, there was a request, there was particularly a request from Mr. Sanat Bhaumik, who has another VC to attend. Mr. Bhaumik, if you are there, may I request you to come on, please? Mr. Bhaumik, are you there? I can't see him. Can you see him, Ankit?
No, I
Okay, he is not there in that case. Okay, then we'll move on to Mr. Soumitra Banerjee, who is the Chief Product Application Manager for Quaker Houghton. Quaker Houghton, as you know, is a major player globally for the rolling oil segment and specialty chemicals. And they have special grades of lubrication available for particularly the cold rolling mills and this segment. Mr. Banerjee, if you could introduce a little bit of background on how Quaker and Houghton merged, and then go ahead with your product application. Mr. Banerjee.
Thanks, Nimalada. Good afternoon and good evening, my friends and everybody. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizing committee for giving us a chance, this opportunity to present our paper on behalf of the Quaker Houghton. Distinguished chairman of the organizing committee, the other members of the committee, keynote speakers, Mr. Sharmaji knows me very well, and other delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our presentation of the Quaker Houghton on fluid intelligence. And this time this is through various tailor-made equipments. And as asked just now by the Nimalada, just for your information, Quaker and Houghton are almost with similar capacity companies having identical product segments. Last year, it was a decision taken by the management to merge these two groups to have a better access, better business platform all across the globe. And as you know, the legacy Houghton is more strengthened in the metalworking industries. So the main purpose behind this merger is to strengthen the business portfolio in both metals as well as in the metalworking and the non-ferrous industries. Now, I would like to share one presentation for my speech and just like to share the desktop.
Please use the share screen option.
Yeah. Can you see the desktop, please?
Yes, it is visible. Yeah.
Okay. So as I said, the theme of this presentation is the fluid intelligence. And as you know, the Quaker Houghton is mainly known for providing the specialty fluids and the lubricants to the different steel mills, aerospace, mining, metalworking industries. This time I'm presenting a paper and where basically it shows we are also providing help our customers through various equipments, and which is basically to ease to provide the sufficient help and the is quite user friendly for proper optimization of the emulsion maintenance and the maintenance of the proper management of the fluids. So as you know, the Quaker Houghton has the leading edge and it has the fluid technologies, which is quite innovative and integrated processes, and also providing the equipment, the solutions. And if you see the industry range, whether it's the casting, the hot or cold rolling, then cleaning, tempering, corrosion protection, and surface treatment. Quaker Houghton, as I said, now Quaker and Houghton together is almost over 150 years of combined experience and knowledge. We have a presence almost 25 countries all over the globe. And if you see the industry ranges, so we are serving our products in steel, in aluminum, in automotive, aerospace, offshore, can industries, mining, and metalworking industries. We provide the high-performing, innovative, and sustainable the remedies and the solutions to the industries, and which are backed up by the best-in-class technologies and the process. We have over 4,000 employees all over the globe, and that includes the chemists, specialty engineers, the process engineers, and industry experts. Now here you can see the equipments, what we are giving to some of the accounts or the customers. What does it provide? It increases the quality and productivity. It increases the throughput and utilization, fluid usage reduction. It also reduces the energy cost, waste treatment, maintenance labor, rework and the rejects. It maximizes the safety, maintains the continuous access to the world-class equipment. And of course, the downtime and the cost of maintenance gets also reduced. Here you can see the total product basket, what we provide to the different industries. We have, so for example, we have the casting lubricants, we have the temper fluids, we have the products for the surface treatment, pickle oils, fire resistant hydraulic fluids, hot rolling oils, greases, corrosion preventives, and the cold rolling oils. As you know, the cold rolling oils, which is more common in Indian and Bangladesh accounts, and of course the cleaners. Now I'll start with the different equipments, what we have in our basket and what we provide to the different customers for their easiness in maintaining the fluid management. The first equipment is known as the fluid control ACS. This is mainly for checking the cold rolling emulsions. And as you know, that emulsion, it is also known as the heart of any cold rolling mill, because if the emulsion is not correct, you cannot get the proper health, proper nut lubrication, the roll force, shape. So everything can be affected if the emulsion maintenance is not correct. And for that, the time to time, the oil concentration measurement is required. So accuracy and the timeliness of the oil concentration checking is of paramount importance. Now, we know that most of the accounts what we have in India and also in Bangladesh, they basically rely on the offline checking at the lab. But there are some accounts in the globally we have, just like in Europe or in the USA. They have the online sensors which directly measures the oil concentration. But currently the sensors what they are using, this is not so accurate in that sense, because these sensors are often been covered by the mark or the sludge during the uses, and that starts giving or leading to the erroneous results. So this is the problem of the current sensors. So what we need to do to get a proper feedback or the proper accuracy from the sensors. So here is the solution from us. This equipment is the QH Fluid Control ACS. What it does, actually in this machine, there's a inline concentration cleaning device. So every time once it checks the concentration, immediately it gets cleaned off. And it can be adapted also to the existing system. So if anybody, any account has the existing system of this online machine, that sensing system, that can be adapted to it. The advantages are endless. because here the accuracy is much better, the investment is quite low, and as it emulsion concentration measures, so it always produces stable rolling. Temperature can also be measured, but that needs a special sensor. So if anybody is interested to get the temperature as well, so that can be also adjusted or can be adapted. Even it controls the automatic dosing, so that kind of provision can also be provided with this machine, and it guides exactly what concentration is required, and accordingly it doses the oil to the system. And moreover, the one beautiful thing is it is connected with the industry 4 kind of interfacing with your existing internet or the internet systems, and from where you can compile the data, you can have the statistical kind of analysis with the historical data. The use is quite easy, and one most important thing is here one sensor can measure 3 emulsion systems at a time. So that is the beautiful thing of this. This is easy to install, and data available, what is said, directly from your control room. You can have the network by this network, either intranet or the internet. No frequent probe cleaning is required. And of course, with the data, whatever is being generated, that can be shared online with the Quaker Houghton experts, and they can give the directly advices if anything is needed in terms of the emulsion management. Next equipment what I'll be talking on, that is called the Midas. This kind of, the mobile equipment, and is mainly used in the hot rolling industries, the hot strip mills or the compact strip mills for the roll bite lubrication. Now, as we know, the roll bite lubrication, whenever we are talking about this, it needs a very strong molecular film of the oil at the bite. And that should not rupture during the rolling is when the hot rolling starts. And as a result, you can get a better life of the roll. You can reduce the wear, you can reduce the roll consumption, the roll force can be also controlled or reduced. The Midas, actually, this equipment is a complete system. In that sense, it has got a control panel, and the sensing is directly linked the mill HMD. So directly on off can be directly regulated from here. It adjusts the oil flow. The oil pump is also inbuilt. So directly with the help of this machine, you can have a total control over the roll bite lubrication system, and you can get the most benefit out of it. And here also the interface connection for the industry 4 is available. So if you want to make any kind of statistical analysis of the lubrication system, or what amount the flow is required and what exactly the optimum value is to be needed, so that sorts of total analysis can be done afterwards. Similar to Midas is another equipment called the Milas, but here instead of the water, sorry, in the last case of Midas, actually that uses water and oil. And in Milas, it basically uses the air and oil, and it makes a kind of mist. And that mist is sprayed to and this Milas is mainly applicable for the structural mills or the profile mills, where the lubrication is to be done on the grooves of the different profiles. And here the mist is being basically used, and the basic purpose is same, to produce the optimum lubrication at the different sections where the wear is controlled, the roll force is controlled, roll consumption becomes much better. And the most important thing here, the wastage of the lubrication is much controlled, because there's optimization in making the spray. Here you can see the advantages of the Milas. It increases the roll campaigns, then the roll life is increased, the wear is protected, roll force reduction, the torque reduction, and wastewater. So that basically is the some of the helps what it does. Spray bar, this is again, this is basically a kind of, in most of the mills we use the headers, and these are being replaced by this spray bar. Is designed by us, and this is mainly designed for the DCR mills as well as for the cold rolling mills. And here, instead of directly going to the mill, adjusting the weight, if it is weight is less or the longer, here you can do this weight adjustment quite easily. And this is mainly comes along with the Midas equipment. And here you can get a very perfect spray, and especially the overlap kind of spray, what we desire for the proper lubrication at the bite. So it gives the proper optimum lubrication, and which is required to reduce the frictional forces, as well as to reduce the roll force and also the wear pattern. And one more thing is, in common headers and systems, what we see in the different mills, there is often a constant dripping from the headers and nozzles, and which often causes the stain marking over the strip surface. But here it can be totally avoided because of the robust design. Static mixture, this is basically an integral part of the hot rolling system. Because in hot rolling, as you know, in cold rolling, we use emulsion. But in hot rolling, we use basically dispersion. And if the oil is not properly dispersed, it cannot give that adequate lubrication, or it cannot make that that adherent film over the roll surface. So this dispersion is basically guided by this specially designed static mixture. And one special, the spiral is there inside this equipment. And once the oil and the water gets in, it basically produces a churning effect. So that shearing or the churning, it should be adequate to just produce the desired dispersion effect. If it is less, is a bad. If it is more, is bad. So we need to exactly use that proper kind of the static mixture to get the better result or the best result out of this equipment. This is a new one. This is automatic dosing unit of the rolling oil. As you see in the most of the mills, generally the contractor laborers, they're employed, they used to carry the drums and to just pour manually. So, and that can be even the less, that can be high, and that can lead to the high concentration or the low concentration. And moreover, if we add more of the oil into the system, that can often lead to the problem, either to the negative sleep or the over lubrication. And also at the same time, the pH can also be dropped. So the need is just to get the optimum lubrication and optimum dosing of the rolling oil. That can be done with the help of this machine. We have already given this machine to the customers who are using our product. So the advantages, you can see the optimum concentration can always be maintained. And of course, the wastage of the rolling oil, that can be prevented. Consumption is better controlled, and emulsion management, what I said, like the pH or the over lubrication, under lubrication. So the emulsion management can be made quite easily. Quail dosing unit, this is mainly for the temper fluid. You know, in the cold rolling mill, we use this temper product, the temper fluid, in the skin press mills or the temper mills, what is known as. The basic purpose is to give the lubrication, as well as to avoid the Luder's band or the strain aging kind of this phenomena. And to dose it automatically, we have invented, or we have developed this equipment, is working in the range of 0.2 to 2%. Of course, if anybody wants to have a higher range, that can be also designed for that. The basic purpose again here is, as you know, the skin press mill, the lubrication is quite the paramount importance, because if it is over lubricated, you cannot get that strip RA, which is desired. And if it is under lubricated, you can't give that extension what is desired to suppress the yield point elongation effect. So proper dosing and the proper lubrication, so that is totally can be governed by this equipment, and where no man involvement or the engagement is required to adjust the flow. Cleaner dosing unit, this is another equipment what we provide to the different industries, and this is applicable for the ECL or for the CAL or even for the galvanizing, who are using this the cleaners. And of course, this is for the liquid cleaners, not for the powder cleaners. And where the cleaner is a 1 pack or 2 packs, 2 packs means where some accounts they use the caustic separately, so it can be applied for both the cases. Here you can do even the concentration measurement, but it's an optional device. But if anyone is interested, that can also, it can be done. And the interfacing or the output is also linked with the industry 4 practices. So all the internet can be linked with this for data analysis, and even for direct, the direct assistance from the Quaker Houghton experts. It can be even shared with them. And for this machine, no premixing is required, because as it directly dosing from your tanks and through the pipes, and all the adjustments like what type of concentration is required and what type of, depending on the soil load, what kind of concentration of the cleaner is to be maintained to get a best reflectivity of the coils, so that everything can be operated with the help of this equipment. DFO unit, or what is known as the deformer dosing unit, in all the cleaning sessions, the deformer is required because any cold rolled coil, once you start making this cleaning, as it contains some of the oil, and oil always saponifies and it produces a foam. So that foam needs to be suppressed. Otherwise, the foam can even overflow and can just come to the floors. In most of the accounts, you see this one person is generally involved or engaged to continuously add the deformers at the site. So a manpower involvement is always there. And that can be totally even avoided, so like just if you have this kind of equipment. And here, one more of course important thing is, the deformer addition, it cannot be high. Because if it is high, then desired, it can even can lead to the uncoating kind of problems if the downstream application is any kind of coating lines. So deformer addition, deformer dosing is a very important thing, important criterion. So if we have this kind of equipment, that everything that can be easily operated and can be this controlled easily. Flow scheme is another very important and rather quite interesting application from the equipment from our side. The emulsion, any emulsion management systems in the cold rolling mills, you have the skimmers like the rope skimmers or the belt skimmers. But if the tank size is quite large, you can see there's some skimmers maybe at one side, and whereas the scums maybe on the other sides of the tanks. So there the skimming becomes a bit difficult, though the people sometimes they use some of the logs or some kind of the manual systems to skim off that kind of scums of the marks, but that may not be necessary to be quite effective. So we have basically devised this kind of float skimmer. This is a kind of portable skimmer. It can be installed anywhere in the emulsion tank, wherever it is needed. And one important or interesting thing is the pump, which is a major thing to drive this motor. That is stationed, or that is basically installed outside the tank. So there is no burden of having the tank inside the emulsion system. And as it uses the chain system, so the chance of excess oil loss through these scums or the magnetic sludges is quite less. And if you have this kind of equipment, your emulsion management becomes much easier, as continuously or even some periodically you are skimming off the scum, which is bad for the lubrication. That's all from my side. And if you have any questions of any mills or any customers, I'm sure there's some customers maybe also there in this call. So you can send your query to this email ID, info@quakerhoughton.com. Thank you. Thanks a lot, gentlemen. Thanks for your patient hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. Very good presentation, I would say, because I keep saying this is subject. The entire tribology of the subject is very close to my heart. I grew up with it. My father, in fact, was very closely associated with WhatsApp, with Mr. Sajdev. And my father spent his entire life almost in Bamalori. And, rolling oils was something which was like, something we used to talk about every day.
Yeah.
So I'm really happy and honored to have someone who talks about the tribology as a subject. So as I say, when my father bought me the first bicycle, the first thing he taught me was to lubricate it well. So that's how important it is in our day-to-day life. Unless you cut down the friction, you can never save cost. So cost saving is, to achieve that cost saving, you must, and the last conference we had on steel wheel lubrication, the Honorable Minister of State for Steel, Chief Faggan Singh Kulaste, compared the human body, the maintenance of the human body, to that of maintenance and lubrication. So that's how important it is. Exactly. So with that, thank you so much, Mr. Banerjee. And now we'll move on. Before we move on to my good friend, Mr. Arijit Biswas of IMS Mako and Mr. Christian Nakstat, I would request Mr. Sanat Bhaumik to speak a few words because he has to go. So, Sanata, may I request you to just speak a few words before we move on to IMS Mako? Just share. Mr. Nakshat, just give me. Yeah.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you also hear me?
Yeah, Mr. Yeah,
Yes, please.
Mr. Nakshat, can you give me 2 minutes before Mr. Bhaumik finishes, and then I'll put you on.
Of course.
Yeah. Sananda, please go ahead.
Okay, Nirmala, thank you. Actually, you know, I am a representative of the OEM, so my favorite topic will be technology. I thought of talking about automotive applications, technology, CAL, CGL, etc. But since the time is very less, I want to talk on a subject which basically. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Sananda, loud and clear.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we have someone, Mr. Sanad Bhaumik, who has spent his life with the Italians in Danelli, with the Austrians in VI, and now with the Japanese. So he has all three technologies at the tip of his finger. The Italian technology, the Austrian technology, and the Japanese as well. So all three technologies together. Sananda, please.
No, Nirmal, we will discuss about that some other one. But I have now decided to talk on a subject which is still not touched upon in our country. Basically, electrical steel, and I talk about the production of CRGO steel. So when I was younger, even than you, in the early.
I'm just interfering you for a minute. When you say electrical steel, you know, this is a favorite subject of my session chairman, Mr. Subroto Mitro, who was the first one who said, who told me that you must invite Sanad Bhaumik. So remember, Subroto, Sanad's invitation was first recommended by you. So when he starts talking about electrical steel, I think that is a subject very close to your heart also.
Yes, Mr. Bhaumik, yes.
Both Subrotoda and me were very closely connected in Rourkela steel plant, where the flat product technology started in India. Okay, yes. Subrotoda,
please carry on.
What I wanted to tell you, tell the viewers, till today, after 70 years of independence, not a single kg of CRGO steel is produced in India. Okay, initially there was people are not producing CRNO, only Rourkela were producing about 50,000 tons. Now we have JSW, now we have ThyssenKrupp electrical steel, now we have China Steel, now we have POSCO. Some quantity is produced. Now still till today, not a single kg of electrical steel is produced in India. And the present market consumption is about 400,000 to 500,000 tons. And because of not being produced in India, we are probably importing low quality CRGO from countries like China and spoiling our electrical equipment, transformer, motors, and all other things. So basically, this is an area nobody touched upon, because everybody touched upon automotive steel, color-coded steel. Okay, that is what. And this is a thing I just wanted to tell, because somebody has to come up. The easiest thing is to come up is the people like POSCO, ArcelorMittal India, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel India, ThyssenKrupp, all these China Steel Corporation, all of them are having the technology, because the process technology is patented and it is held by 14 steel producing company throughout the world. In our younger days, it was Amco. In fact, in early 80s, Amco and SAIL had a know-how transfer agreement for production of CRGO. That's why this electrical steel complex of Rourkela has been started, where you are the consultant, I was a supplier from the Mekong side. So unfortunately, the downstream facilities were put, but the upstream facilities could not be, they did not have the proper right kind of equipment to produce the right kind of input material for hot rolling and cold rolling. So the license for 10 years had elapsed, we have paid the money but could not transfer it. I hope that time is very less, Subrotoda. This I just leave it to you, and hope someday in near future, one of these companies will start producing electrical steel, particularly CRGO steel. Thank you.
Yes, sometime we will talk. Thank you, Mr. Bhaumik. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shananta. I think this was something, you just like echoed the voice when I was discussing with Subroto about the interview questions for Dr. Nawal and also Mr. Jayantacharya. In fact, one of the first things that Subroto suggested I should ask both of them was why is that they have not progressed as far as CRG is concerned. So this is something which
I cannot tell you on camera, but when I meet you in person, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Shananta.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you for finishing it in such a short time, because as you know, we are racing against time. Mr. Christian Nakstad and Mr. Arijit Biswas from IMS Mako will talk about inspection systems. May I request Christian and Mr. Biswas to take over. And before Christian starts his presentation, could we have the corporate video of IMS, please? Ankit, do you have the corporate video of IMS to be played?
Yes, I'm playing it now.
Yeah. So Christian, just give me a second before we play the corporate video of IMS.
Yeah, just wanted to verify if the sound is audible.
Yeah, it was audible.
Okay, perfect.
And that is why IMS Messsysteme GmbH has been renowned for almost 40 years. Today, around 450 employees develop and produce high-precision measuring systems for the metal industry. Innovation, precision, reliability, and quality made in Germany have made IMS a global market leader in measuring technology. Our head office is located in Heiligenhaus in the heart of Germany. Our subsidiaries in the USA, China, India, South Korea, Russia, Turkey, Poland, Mexico, Brazil, and the United Arab Emirates, along with our many representative offices around the world, ensure that we remain close to our customers. Whether for cold strip, hot strip, or tube measurement, our systems enjoy an excellent reputation around the world for their precision, reliability, and longevity. But despite our global presence, our commitment to our home base in Heiligenhaus remains an important cornerstone of our success. In the ultra-modern buildings of our company site, covering over 40,000 square meters, we use environmentally friendly technologies to develop and produce ultra-sensitive isotope, X-ray, and optical measuring systems that set standards in the field of measurement technology. In order to ensure that we maintain this level in future, we are not simply moving with the times, but thinking a few steps ahead. One example of our forward-thinking approach was the plan in July 2018 to construct an innovative new manufacturing building. This future-oriented strategic decision will help us take advantage of the high potential of the market and consolidate our head office in Heiligenhaus. In October 2018, the earth and foundation works got underway. The shell of the building was finished in April 2019. The entire building was completed just 4 months later. It was equipped with its own heating installation and power supply, with a photovoltaic system producing 100,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per year. With an area of 1,720 square meters, production space of 3,440 square meters over 2 floors, and ultra-modern production facilities, this project represents a milestone in the history of IMS. All the individual components for IMS Röntgensysteme GmbH will be manufactured here in future. Examples of these components include mechanical parts and mechatronic assemblies for force measurement, detectors, digitally adjustable amplifiers for plug-in radiation detectors, high-resolution camera cluster measuring systems, line lasers with Peltier cooling systems for extreme temperatures, ellipsometry measuring systems for non-metallic coatings, radar measuring systems for control of foodstuffs, and X-ray generators. Thanks to a fully automated high bay warehouse and a driverless transport system, we can offer our customers improved material management and shorter production times. With the new production building, we have taken another big step towards optimally positioning ourselves for the future.
Well, that was a wonderful green steel building that we saw. We just saw a green steel building, and my congratulations to IMS team and Christian Freudmesh. My son will greet you in German. So Ankit, please greet Christian in Deutsch before you invite to pull him over.
Ja, guten Tag, Herr Christian, und herzlich willkommen zu unserem Webinar.
Thank you very much.
Ja.
Vielen herzlichen Dank.
Ja, und schönes Weihnachten.
Ja, danke schön. Auch ein schönes Weihnachten nach Indien. Merry Christmas also to India.
Yeah.
First question I have, can you see my presentation and can you understand me clearly?
Yes, very clearly.
And you can also see the presentation, isn't it?
Yes, we can.
All right, good. Then first of all, I'd like to thank you for organizing this very interesting webinar. Up to now, we heard very, very good and informative speakers. It was very, very nice and interesting for us. And we really like to thank in these times to organize this webinar and that we also get the chance here to show a little bit about our company and some new developed technologies we have manufactured and developed here in order to help our customers to improve the quality of their products. We start this presentation here by a small company presentation. Since you saw the small movie before, which shows already some of our information here, I will just make a brief introduction. So actually, the company was founded in the year 1980 by 3 people, 3 owners. And they started actually with 7 employees. And today, we are very happy and also a little bit proud that we have reached about 460 employees worldwide working for IMS, whereas about 350 people work here in Heiligenhaus, which you can see here on the screen, and where we manufacture and develop most of our gauging systems. So this is a product overview we give, and I will shortly make it, otherwise we exceed the time limit here. And as Mr. Mukherjee said before, we're already a little bit behind the time, so I don't want to use much more time. But actually, we manufacture here radiometric gauging systems to measure thickness profiles. We measure coatings and also edge stop, which is an interesting gauging system, especially for electrical steel, which was also mentioned here before in some of the speakers. We measure also tube profiles, and also here you can see microstructure There I will also introduce our new developed gauging system later in this presentation. Another branch we have here is electroacoustic or magnetics gauging systems. We measure here width with radar, which was also shown in the movie before. And another very interesting product, a new development of IMS, is our internal defect detection system to detect inner defects inside steel. Especially interesting application for packaging industry, which I will also introduce later here in this small presentation. We provide optical gauging systems also to measure thickness, but also widths, diameters of tubes. We measure evenness, flatness. We can detect edge cracks, holes. We apply optical gauging systems to measure coatings, very thin coatings, and pinholes in also packaging material for aluminum or also for tin plate material. We measure temperature and also speed of material. We provide force measurement systems to measure strip tension, and also we provide shape meter rolls, actually BFI type shape meter rolls. We also supply control systems. We can provide AGC and AFC control systems for rolling mills, and also coding control systems. So here we are also very successful supplying control systems, especially for galvanizing lines, hot dip galvanizing lines. We control the air knife. So we have about more than 30 references for this, but we also can control the coating layer of color-coated material. As I heard before, you have a lot of capacities also for color-coating material, and we are successful in that business. We have a very interesting installation here in Finland, and this customer has an automatic control system to control the coating layer of the color on the steel, and it's working perfectly, and very short time for return of investment. And we provide, last but not least, quality management systems. We call it MeviNetQ. It's data archiving system, which gives possibilities later on for statistical analysis, production tracking, monitoring, as well as the quality evaluation, and also supports our customers for claim evaluation. So we have a lot of products. I have not the time here to show all these products, but maybe we will have another round. Then we have the possibility to show also the products which we cannot explain here today. You can see here our headquarters located here in Heilinghaus in the northwestern part of Germany. And then we have several daughter companies around the world. Of course, for you in India, the most one here is IMS Mako in Kolkata. And this is the partner for you and for your colleagues. They can contact there and ask for sales support, technical support, spare parts. And yeah, they are always in direct contact here with IMS in Heiligenhaus. In addition to this, we have a lot of agents around the world to fulfill our network in all the key countries, steel manufacturing countries, so that we have always close contact to our customers. So the IMS Mako services, which I mentioned before, is our very strong and long-term partner in India. We have a very close cooperation. We exchange a lot of information. We provide training for our colleagues there in India to make sure that our customers in India get the best service, and good service and good sales comes always with good knowledge. And we make sure to keep all this knowledge up to date, and which is especially during this time here, during this pandemic situation, not so easy, but we fulfill this also with trainings via remote sessions. Okay, we have also a lot of references. You find here your companies as well. This is some extract of the references we have here in India. So as a world market leader, we supply gauges nearly everywhere here, and I will then start to with our developments and new technologies. Here you can see our multi-channel profile gauging system for cold strips. We are since many years, or since more than 20 years, we are very successful with multi-channel profile gauges for hot rolled materials. And since 5 or 6 years, it becomes the trend that customers, they like to measure the thickness cross profile over the complete strip width online. That means every 10 milliseconds, we provide the complete thickness cross profile here of the strip during rolling. And that's a very interesting application for steel material, especially for automotive, special automotive applications. And the measuring task you can see here. And the most important is the simultaneous, instantaneous thickness cross profile, which we provide. And we can extend this gauge also about edge drop measurement, but also about width measurement, hole edge crack detection. So we can really provide this one here as a multifunctional gauge as well. Another very interesting application is our surface inspection system for cold rolling mills. We have here also many references and develop and manufacture these gauges also since more than 10 years now. So we have a lot of knowledge, not only for providing these gauges for a harsh environment, but we also have a very high developed classification software which classifies the defects on the material and helps you also to evaluate this information and to optimize your production process in order to improve the surface quality of your materials. These kind of gauges, we also, as all of our gauges, customize this mechanically and also electrically. So we are able also to install these gauges in very small and narrow environment and without any reduction of the performance of the gauge. And according to the measuring or detection task we have, we apply a certain amount of cameras. And here you can see the achievable resolution we have. For slower applications, we can detect defects with 0.2 times 0.2 millimeters. And for temper and tandem mills, that means high-speed process, we can detect here this size from 0.2 in width direction and 0.4 in length direction. Another gauge we are very happy with and very proud of, and we have a lot of inquiries for this gauge, is our X-ray diffraction gauge. So X-ray diffraction, therefore we call it XRD, is a gauge which can measure the austenite and ferrite phase of material during production. We have here an installation in Belgium. It's Segal, actually it's a Tata Steel company. And we have had an R&D project with SMS Group and Dreva. And we have installed this gauge there in the furnace in an annealing line. And during the annealing process, between the fast and slow cooling, we detect here the austenite and ferrite phase. And this gauge is operated with X-rays. And depending on the percentage of austenite and ferrite, radiometric panel here gets different kind of patterns. And according to these patterns, which we evaluate with image processing, we can determine austenite and ferrite phase. We have a lot of customers now, they are very interested in it. Like, for example, Tata Steel in IJmuiden in Netherlands, as well as First Alpine in Austria. They like to have this gauge already next year. So it's very successful. And we think this gauge also will have a big future here at the IMS. Next one is here coating gauging systems. Coating gauging systems we also manufacture since more than 20 years. You all see here galvanizing line with different kind of gauges we provide for these lines. I will not go into deep detail of these kind of gauges, but I like to show what we can measure in galvanizing or also in other coating lines. We manufacture here the gauges to measure the tin content, tin layer, chromium layer, zinc, up to 500 grams per square meter. We also measure here galvanneal, and for galvanneal material, we also provide gauges to measure the iron content. In an online gauge, we provide zinc aluminum gauge. We here can also measure aluminum contents in the coating, and we measure aluminum layer itself, and other gauges we provide also here to measure, for example, material which has copper substrate, it is coated with nickel or other layers. So we can provide all gauges for all coatings, we can say. Especially today, I like to show here a product which we have installed here in Thyssen in 2 hot dip galvanizing lines. This is our hot coating weight gauge, which is directly installed above the zinc pot. Here it's required a lot of coolant for the measuring heads, but they work very reliable, and they can move here forward and backward in order to move them to service position and measuring position. And in addition, each measuring head can move independently closer to the strip or more far away from the strip. And we do this in order to keep the distance between the strip and the measuring head always constant to have best measuring results during the production. The next gauge we have here, this is a cold coating weight gauge or also warm coating weight gauge. This means we can install these kind of coating weight gauges in the tower, in the cooling tower of the galvanizing lines, or also alternatively the cold gauge. And we have here the O-frame design, but we can also provide here a traverse type to measure the coating layer during production, while measuring heads for top side and bottom side measurements are scanning continuously. Important to say is here, as for all other X-ray gauging systems, that the whole X-ray technology we manufacture and develop here by ourselves, except the X-ray tubes we buy from a sub-supplier in Switzerland. The next one I like to show shortly, it's here for a coil coating or color coating process. Here we see the coil coating line. The process you know for sure better than I do. So I will go further here and continue with the gauges we supply for these lines. Actually, to measure the coating layer on the steel or aluminum layer or substrate, we use beta ray systems, and you can see here the measuring heads. And while measurement, they usually also scanning and measure the coating layer over the complete strip width online. Interesting to know is that here we also supply the control system. This means we can really control, use the measure data to control the layer of the color on the material. And as I said, we have a good customer in Finland, and they save a lot of color because they take our measuring results, use the control system, and therefore it's high cost saving for the color they are applying to the coil. And we do the same as additional information for silicon steel, which is coated with insulation paint. With these gauges, we can also measure the insulation paint, and we are also able to control insulation paint. Actually, the customer who applies this now is in Finland is the customer SSAB. Another gauge is here this ellipsometry oil layer system. This one is based on an optical system. It's actually a laser which projects a small laser spot on the surface of the strip. It's a polarized laser spot with a very small diameter of only 3 to 5 millimeters. And depending on the oil layer on the surface of the strip, the polarization changes, and we can determine or measure the residual oil on the strip. This gauge is actually designed to measure here the oil layer with a thickness or coating weight of 1 to 30 milligram per square meter. So that's a very, very small amount of oil on the strip, but that system can measure this with a reproducibility of plus minus 1 milligram per square meter. We can see here, this is an installation at Thyssen in a tin plate mill or tin plate line or tinning line. And yeah, here we measure during the production the oil layer on the strip. The gauge, here's the measuring head, you can see, is traversing while measurement. So we provide the oil layer cross profile. Okay. Next, this new development is also has a high demand in the steel world. It's our inclusion detection system. This inclusion detection system is a magnetic gauging system. And here on the left side, you can see spools and the detection heads here. You need to imagine that the strip is guided here over this roll and is magnetized by the spools or measuring heads and areas where are inclusions inside the material. So these are not surface problems, that are defects inside the material. These inclusions guide the magnetic field out of the material. We have sensors inside the measuring heads which detect these magnetic fields and then determine the position, the location of this inclusion inside the material. This is a very interesting application for tin plate manufacturing. It works up from thickness up to 1 millimeter. And during production, we can detect here notches or inclusions with a size of 1000 micrometer in strip length direction, 1 micrometer in width direction, and 10 micrometer in the depth. This means we can really detect these inner defects and also give this information then to the production, as we can see this here. This is an online screen where we highlight the areas where we detect these locations, these defects, and also there's a possibility with our image processing that we can really show also an image of these inclusions, where also we give the possibility to take the dimensions. This means where you have, for example, clouds of inclusions which cause problems while processed in further aggregates, you can really see before where are the problems, take it out, and also improve the process of steel production. We have installed this here in Thyssen, in a tin plate plant, in one line, where we installed our prototype, developed there, and it's working so successful that they buy now the next gauge and install in the next line that we'll build in the coming year. And here also we have other companies like POSCO or Bao Steel in China who are extremely interested in this gauging system. And we think next year we will at least sell 4 or 5 of these gauging systems to our customers. Last but not least, I like to show shortly our camera cluster systems. They are actually used to measure flatness, widths, edge cracks, and they are based on multi-camera systems here. That means we apply a lot of cameras with a small distance between each camera, as you can see. And as backlight, we use LED. These kind of gauges, they are used, as I said here, for example, to measure widths, edge cracks, and holes online. That means during production with a very high accuracy. And the applications we show here. So we use this for width measurement, hole edge crack detection. This means we can measure here the widths with plus minus 0.15 millimeter. Holes and edge cracks we can detect bigger than 1 square millimeter. We use these gauges for camber measurement. We can detect pinholes here in the packaging industry. For pinholes bigger than 5 micrometers, we can detect. We use this for flatness measurement, especially in processing lines, like galvanizing lines, annealing lines. We use this for strip slit width measurement for service center or for steel centers. They make length cut of the strip. We can measure here the width of each stripe online, and accuracy here is 30 micrometers. And we use this here for sheet geometry measurements. That means we can also measure here the geometry of different kind of sheets during cutting process or directly after cutting process. Yeah, then I have two more sketches here where we apply these camera cluster systems. You can see here in slitting lines, also length cut lines, and also we apply the gauges here in cut to length lines for geometry measurements. Then I like to finish my presentation, and I like to thank you for the attention. And I'm looking forward to hear then other very interesting presentations, and like to give them back the word to Mr. Mukherjee. And thank you again for listening and attending this webinar. Bye-bye.
Dankeschön, Dankeschön, Herr Nakstad.
Bitte schön.
So much.
Thank you very much.
So it was again a very important topic of the entire subject today. Unless you control the quality, you cannot have a good end product and save cost. So
yes,
this is a very important essence of today's presentation. Now while Christian, you were making the presentation, I was getting messages that I need to cut you short, but your presentation was so interesting, I did not even think of cutting you short, and I think it was worth listening to. And thank you so much once again, and wish the entire Nakstad family and your colleagues a Merry Christmas and a prosperous 2021. Wish you all the very
best. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, I think it was a bit long, and okay, but thank you that you didn't interrupt. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Okay, now we'll move on to another of my good friend, Mr. Shikhar Shenoy. And as I keep saying, I knew his father very well. I know the son even better. So the floor is all yours, Shikhar, and you have been addressing various webinars, and I'm sure you'll do justice to the subject. The floor is all yours. Please try and see if you can finish in time.
Sure, I will.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much, Nirmalu, and it's been a very insightful evening, and certainly very exciting listening to the projections of the cold rolling industry as put forth by Mr. V.R. Sharma, Mr. Sridhar, Mr. Sharad Mahindra. It's been very exciting, and that's all the more reason I'm going to be putting forth our work. Allow me to share the screen here. So since there's going to be so much of a demand for the cold rolled products, I feel more and more excited to be contributing in our niche of increasing productivity and reducing costs by our protective coatings that we manufacture and certain niche other products that I'm going to be presenting, with the aim of reducing fuel consumption, reducing maintenance costs in furnaces and acid regeneration plants. We were incorporated in 1985. Allow me to give a minute of introduction here. Incorporated in 1985 by metallurgists from the Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. One of them is my father. And I have completed my management studies and I've joined this organization here in the year 2003. I've had the pleasure and privilege of working with the leading steel manufacturing companies like SAIL, like JSW, like JSPL. And I'm fairly excited to be serving this industry and very passionate about it. The products that we manufacture can be categorized as protective coatings and lubricants for the metal forming processes, mainly steel rolling and forging industries. How do we actually go about manufacturing these products? Well, we define the process losses or problems that are informed to us by the customers. We develop solutions using the knowledge of metallurgy, chemistry, and tribology through our team. The trials are conducted by simulating conditions in internal laboratories that we have. We also revalidate with external labs like BFI Germany, CCR, and so many others. And the companies that are actually work with us for conducting trials, we carry out the trials of these products in the steel mills themselves. And after successful implementation, we go ahead with the full-fledged industry implementation of the techniques that we have validated. I'd like to thank all our customers in the steel rolling, forging sector. I'll quickly move on to the subject. Speaking about increasing productivity and reducing costs, the major operational cost centers in cold rolling are the furnaces that are used for heat treatment, acid regeneration plants, and rolls. And the good news is there are proven technologies that have enabled to substantially reduce costs. The refractory coatings have proven to increase the refractory lining life, thereby reducing furnace downtime and reducing fuel consumption. And the filtration systems prevent downtime and reduce oil consumption by 50%. And the good news, everyone, is the return on investment is between 1 to 3 months only. And these are not capital intensive techniques that I'll be speaking about. So I'll quickly get into the case studies, which include photographs as applicable. When I say protective coatings, well, it's the cold rolling industry. I certainly don't mean the coatings that go on the steel, the color coated steel. I mean protective coatings which have very niche applications in the furnaces, which help in increasing refractory lining life and reduce maintenance costs in acid regeneration plants. Before we go ahead and look at the benefits, let's just speak about the problems that are faced in the refractories and the furnaces. Point number 1 and 2, thermal shock cracking and low emissivity. Any seasoned steel furnace person would know that the amount of time taken and the amount of fuel taken to achieve a certain temperature increases as time goes by. If you have laid a new refractory today, after 6 months, the same furnace will take more fuel and more time to achieve the required temperature of 1200 degrees, 1250 degrees, or 1000 degrees, depending on the application. And the reason being thermal shock cracks of the refractory, low emissivity of the refractory lining. Alumina bricks have a tendency to absorb some heat, and that's why the outer shell temperature of the furnace keeps on gaining heat as and when time increases. And some of my customers have reported an outer shell temperature of as high as 150 degrees and 200 degrees Celsius. Carbon deposits on burner blocks. This is especially when the fuel is furnace oil. They have a tendency to deposit on the burner blocks and all throughout the refractory. The flame itself has a corrosive action on the refractory, which leads to faster wear of the refractory. And when it comes to acid regeneration plants, the iron oxide lump formations are very adherent on the refractory walls and the reactor grit. And it's a very laborious task to remove these oxides. A lot of times they have to be hammered and removed, thereby damaging the refractory as well. And of course, it all adds to the downtime. So we address this issue of the thermal shock cracking and heat retention by the use of a protective coating, which is applied on the refractory lining just after a new lining is put forth or in the cold condition. This is a refractory which is newly lined. Please pay attention to it. This is a burner block before coating. And you can see that there may be certain gaps left between the refractory bricks. And the same burner block, the refractory after coating, looks like this. We have taken care to seal off all the gaps between the refractory. And you can see that there is a non-wetting characteristic. You can see the luster of the coating here. It's reflective in nature. This is a used refractory. You can see the extent of damage to it. The same refractory wall after coating. You see that we have tried to achieve a very good surface finish here so that the reflectivity of the heat is increased. The benefits, well, thermal shocks are prevented. The coating can withstand up to 1900 degrees Celsius. Energy saving due to improved emissivity. The outer shell temperature has substantially reduced by the use of the coating. Prevention of carbon deposits in the case of furnace oil being used as a fuel. Well, the coating does have a non-wetting characteristic which does not allow the furnace oil to adhere to the refractory. And that's how the slag adhesion in the acid regeneration plant is also substantially reduced. It all leads to reduced maintenance downtime and also increased efficiency in fuel. I'll straight away jump into a case study at Jindal Stainless Hisar in their annealing furnace. I would like to thank Mr. Sushil Jain, who's the general manager there, for providing all this information to us. In this case, all we did was ensure the correct application of the coating, and they were very generous in informing the data to us. Furnace temperature 1250 degrees. This is a Andritz manufactured furnace, designed and manufactured by Andritz, Germany. And the outer shell temperature was an ambient 45 degrees Celsius only. And in spite of having, and it was of course very fuel efficient. And in spite of having such ideal conditions, they used the coating just to find out how much more saving is possible. And at the end of the day, they have clearly mentioned here that the return on investment of using the refractory coating is 1 month only. This is a case study at Kalyani Carpenters Special Steels located at Pune. The outer shell temperature, as mentioned over here, was in the higher side of 130 degrees Celsius. We attacked the issue by coating the refractory inside the furnace. And if you can see the dates here, November 2009, and the date of this recommendation is September 2010. And the shell temperature has dropped by 20 degrees, which has led to a furnace oil saving of 5%. Now, we all are aware that a shell temperature drop of 20 degrees would be certainly more than 5%. However, Mr. Madik, who has given this testimonial, said that on paper, I'll be coated at 5%. Well, you and I know that it could be much more. And the coating is found to be intact even after 10 months of continuously running the furnace at 1350 degrees Celsius. This is a case study of the billet reheating furnace of a rolling mill. Without coating, they would change the refractory lining once every 12 months. By the use of the coating, they could actually go up to 21 months without changing the refractory lining, and no downtimes either. That's a 75% increase in the life of the refractory itself, not to mention the cost effectiveness when it comes to uptime and productivity. And without coating, the fuel consumption 40 liters per ton of ingots, and by the use of the coating, 38 liters per ton. That's a 5% saving immediately. Another case study at Mahindra and Mahindra Kandivali. This is a heat treatment furnace, a continuous carburizing, where the temperature is 925 degrees. In this case, again, I'd like to thank Mr. Rege, who has diligently monitored the performance of the coating for 6 months prior to the coating and about 5 months after the use of the coating. And he too has confirmed that the return on investment is 1 month only. A testimonial from Mr. Monani. This is where we just started off this product line way back in 2001. And in the acid regeneration plant, he has mentioned here that the iron oxide lump formations on refractory walls was reduced considerably. He specifically mentions that the work of refractory forcing shutdown, which was taking approximately 48 to 56 hours to remove the slag adhesion, has drastically come down to less than 8 hours by the use of the refractory coating. And the damage to the costly refractories has become almost negligible, enhancing the refractory life. And Nirmalida, I have you to thank for Mr. Monani's testimonial here. I mean, I connected with him after the previous webinar. He called me actually, and he said, I mean, we just connected, and he said, why don't you show my testimonial? I said, yes, I will do that for the next webinar. And that's how we got back in touch. Mr. Monani has been the president of Bhushan Steel and the director of ACCIL further down. This is way back earlier in his career. So there, I mean, he's vacationing right now, so he could not join us today. Yes, the certificate of recognition awarded to us by Tata Innovers, Tata Group. This is we consider this highly prestigious. Of course, this is for a subject of preventing formation of scales on steel tubes. The details of this I will leave to the hot rolling event rather than the cold rolling one. Our technical director collecting that certificate of recognition. I quickly move on to the next subject. To prevent lubrication systems downtime and to reduce the lubricant consumption by 50%. The next cost center is the lubrication systems in the cold rolling rolls, and of course the lubrication systems in the furnaces. Now at any given time, a steel mill, over here I've considered a steel mill that has the melting facility as well, right up to the rolling one. The approximate oil installed capacity will be around 15 KL. This is a mid-sized steel mill, and around 10 to 20% of this is topped up every month. And again, 80% of oil-related system breakdowns are due to contaminated oil. So we are looking at 10 to 15% of the cost in topping up, and of course, the cost that is involved in the breakdown of these lubrication systems. The consequences we are well aware of: loss of lubricating ability, diminished dispersion, corrosion, etc. Now, the good news is all contaminants can be removed from oil. Top up is not essential. Neither is oil change mandatory. How? Well, by the use of offline filtration, 50 to 80% of the cost of filtration can be reduced. The filter has the largest in industry capacity of 4 to 8 kilos of dirt can be removed by one filter. Oil and water can be filtered at the same time, which is a first in the industry. Usually, we see that the filters are inline over here, as you can see, and these are usually mesh filters, and they get clogged in no time. And that's where to have the production running, we have the bypass lines, and we see that the bypass lines are more frequently used rather than the filters. To put things differently, the CJC filter is an offline equipment, as you can see here. It's like a kidney filtration sort of a setup here. It does not interfere in between the sump and the actual location where the lubricant is required. It would be connected to the sump, and it would do its job of filtering from the sump itself and putting the oil back into the sump. Just to put things in perspective, the diameter of a human hair is approximately 50 micron. And the CJC oil filtration equipment can filter up to 0.8 micron of dirt, which means a NAS level 5 can be easily achieved by this, consistently achieved by this filtration equipment. The technology is pioneered in Denmark, and they have been leaders in oil filtration since almost 60 years. Some actual installations here. This is what the filtration equipment looks like. Again, it is customized depending on the sump and depending upon the number of passes that the rolling mill is willing to provide. And this is 22 kilos of dirt collected from gear oil 320 used in a steel rolling mill, as you can see here. Pictures speak louder than words. You can see the lubricant before filtration and after filtration. So many more installations at various locations. At any location where there is a hydraulic oil or a gear oil being used, this filtration can be installed. And overall, the study has been, we can eliminate 3 out of 4 oil change shutdowns, and the extent lifetime of the equipment and 75% oil consumption can be reduced. And we have over 200 installations in steel plants across India. So I would like to discuss one-on-one the problems faced by each particular mill that we are going to be speaking about. So that's the end of my presentation. I thank you everyone for your attention. You all can connect with me on LinkedIn or offline. My contact details are present here. Thank you, Nirmal once again.
Thank you, Shikhar. Thank you so much. Well, with that, you really completed it fast. Let me thank you for that. And now, another of my very old friend, Dada, Mr. Pugazenti. My Dada in real sense of Dada, not in sense of Pugsaheb, in a Bombay Dada, no, this is Bangali Dada.
Oh, I know. Bangla Dada.
Bangla
With due
Dada.
respect, with due respect to you.
Yeah. So Pugsaheb is someone I know for more than 20 years now. And as you know, he has been the president of Indian Institute of Metals. He was he's been a council member all through of Indian Institute of Metals. Earlier, my interaction started when he was with the Sponge Iron Association. Then he moved to Zinc Development Association. So it was right now, as you know, Sponge Iron Association is led by another good friend, Mr. Kashiba, Dipendra Kashiba, whom I knew during his ministry days. So he's heading the Sponge Iron Association, and Pugsaheb is heading the Lead Zinc Development Association. And we have been, meeting each other all through these last 2 decades. Whenever I am in Delhi, I try and make it a point to meet him at least once. So with that, someone who studied the galvanizing industry and the application of zinc, I would say like the back of his hand. So over to you, Pugsaheb.
Okay.
For your insight into the galvanizing industry.
Thank you, Nirmal. Thank you, Mr. Mitra, the chairman of the organizing committee. It's always a pleasure to join any event, any webinar organized by Nirmal and his team. And today, I think to the whole afternoon, evening rather, it's been a very enlightening, very educative evening on a variety of subjects. Coated sheet industry, technology, capacity, market potential, recent developments, suppliers, what they do, etc. On the whole, it has been a very educative evening, Nirmal, and I must compliment you and your team for this. At the same time, I always feel this is what I do in my association events, ILSDA events, and also in the Sponge and Manufacture Association event but I set up the association, Sponge and Association, and then I've been in Non-Ferrous Industry Development Association here for long. I always feel, today's meeting also, and many meetings, they are always well attended by steel industry professionals. We are only getting educated on coated sheet, applications, specifications, etc. In fact, we should have more and more user organizations, customers, architects, specifiers, designers. These are the people who are going to select the material for their end use or application, etc. And they should know what are the differences between one product and another: galvannealing, galvalume, galvanized, color coded, and sometimes we talk about galfan also, which is yet to make an impact or a beginning in this country. 95% zinc and 5% aluminum coating, galfan, developed by the International Lead Zinc Research Organization long time ago. So, Nirmal, I think next meeting, next webinar, whenever you organize, I think we should now focus and see consultants, specifiers, and all those people, users, they should be here, but they should learn more about this. We should educate them. That's the point I wanted to mention. And that's what we do in ILSDA. You have been coming to our meetings in Bombay, Delhi, wherever, and all that. Now, coming to my subject, galvanizing, you mentioned very aptly. Galvanizing is the oldest proven maintenance-free coating. Everybody knows that. People have used it and they have learned whether it is GI pipes or GI wires or galvanized plain sheet or corrugated, whatever. All of them last for lifelong service life, 50 years, 40 years, 30 years, etc. Now, now in our own country, I remember we had Rourkela, Bokaro with cut sheet galvanizing. Then came the Senzimir lines. 1985, more and more thin gauge sheet galvanizing. Then Galvalume and others picked up. Galvannealing came very recently, a few years back in Tata Steel. So you have everything in the country now. So variety of products are there, and customers have different products to choose from a basket. That is a beautiful thing. Now, whether we are really utilize their capacity to the full extent, unfortunately not. There are many applications where we are just scratched the surface. We are yet to make a big dent and big beginning, etc. Now, some of the applications I tell you, for instance, National Highway Development Program, the highway guardrails, crash barriers, that's a huge application, galvanized steel sections, and you see everywhere. But that is not picked up in a big way. You know, the Surface Transport Minister Nitin Gadkari has been always saying 20 kilometers per day. He wants to construct highways in this country, and it is somewhere between 2025, and you want to take this 20 kilometers per day to 40 or 50 kilometers per day in the next few years. But unfortunately it is not happening. Sometimes it's less than 20 kilometers per day. The money is not flowing. Infrastructure investment, whatever are promised or whatever are sanctioned or approved, it does not flow, unfortunately. So highway is a huge opportunity. We are now having Sagar Mala and quadrilateral project. Many things are going in around the country. So that is one place where zinc coated steel sheets still have a great role to play. The visibility has to be much more. And secondly, the other area where I would think other countries are doing uh, uh, zinc coated steel sheets for car body manufacture, even bus body manufacture. We are using for bus bodies, I know that, but that's not very widely used. Or there are some state transport corporation, they use plain steel sheet and then in paint, and then very soon the paint flakes off and you see that coming off, etc. And then rusted bodies you see there. So the bus body building, car body building, passenger vehicles body building, zinc coated steel sheet should be used. And the other area is grain storage. The government has been planning in a big way that we should not lose valuable food grains after the harvest due to rat or maybe monsoon or floods, etc. So the storage facility has to be increased in this country in a big way. And galvanized corrugated steel sheets or even color coated steel sheets is a great opportunity. There will be humid stuff you will be stacking inside or storing inside. So everywhere you need protection, humidity will be there, and therefore storage is another big opportunity. And the third one, again, national solar energy mission. We have been talking about renewable energy in a big way, bringing down the coal thermal route of power generation to more of renewable energy. And there again, the panels are mounted on steel sections, and then they are supported by galvanized steel angles, etc. And there again, I find whatever we have been planning, 175 gigawatt by 2022, there are things happening here and there. But again, money is not flowing. And unfortunately, after this corona outbreak, most of our funds at the national level, at the state level also, have been diverted to healthcare management. Money is going to be a big problem for infrastructure development in the coming years, not months, maybe 2, 3, 4 years also. So infrastructure may suffer because of lack of funds. If we can get FDI and other investment from World Bank and ADB, etc., for our own infrastructure project, then steel has really a great opportunity. Coated sheets will be really in We will see more and more per capita usage of coated steel sheets, etc. And the last point I wanted to say is about storage. I mentioned highway also, car body I mentioned. Of course, I am also mentioned about the renewable energy and the grain storage. So opportunities are there in front of us. The government is talking, and we are also marketing our products, that these are all available in the country. You don't have to import from other countries except electrical steel sheet, etc. So we are making everything. Money has to flow, infrastructure has to, investment has to increase. You all remember the 100 smart cities that was announced in a budget by late Arun Jaitley maybe 4 years back. So how many smart cities you are seeing? And smart cities will have more and more of coated steel products, whether it's a galvanized street lamp pole or pre-engineered buildings or whatever, or schools and stadium, where everywhere you'll be using coated steel sheet. So not many smart cities have come. It's a very old story, 4 or 5 years, and not much money is flown there. So my main thrust would be Nirmalia, infrastructure bottleneck. The money, the country itself is having a deficit budget, and all the state governments are also having deficit budget. Then this kind of natural calamity, national disaster, flood, and corona outbreak, that also takes away all your money. So the money to flow, infrastructure has to flow, and if we can tap international aid, international borrowings, that will be good for the country. With a limited time, Nirmalyada, I don't think I should stretch more. There will be some more speakers waiting behind me, very patiently, probably like I waited earlier. Thank you, Nirmalyada, for the opportunity to interact with all of you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Puksar. Thank you so much. I think you almost covered all the areas except the last webinar I did with the railways. They were talking about galvanized coaches. So that is something which again has a huge potential. If all metro railway coaches, we are seeing the metro rail work in every city progressing quite well. So the metro rail coaches, if we could have galvanized sheets, I think that would add most of the metros if they choose. Though again they have a choice between either choosing galvanized or stainless steel. But galvanized will be obviously a cheaper option.
Economical choice will be an economical choice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So
that's and also we could look at various areas like the bus shelters. You know, the bus shelters.
Yeah.
If you have galvanized bus shelters, aesthetically also it looks very good. You know, compared to the traditional concrete bus shelters. If you have complete galvanized bus shelters, I think aesthetically it looks much better. There is no doubt about it.
I cannot disagree with you, Nirmalyada. Any public infrastructure, wherever you see, whether it's a stadium or a bus terminal or even a railway platform, the roof, the platforms, etc. Everywhere, even the footover bridge that you're using, you have a cover. So wherever you are using steel in public infrastructure, it is worth going for zinc coated surface, and then over that you do whatever you like, color coating for aesthetics, etc. That's really good. So what you said, it's very economical, proven coating. And if railways have said for metro and other coaches they want to go for galvanized steel sheet, the material is all available indigenously. You got all players, SAIL, Tata Steel, ArcelorMittal, everyone is here. So that's a good sign in stainless steel bodies from Korea and other countries. If we can use it, why not in our rail coach facilities in the country? So that's a good thing. Very visible opportunities are there. So collectively, we have to bring them on board, and the rail board and others, the national highway. Everyone has to come. We have to have a very good interaction with all of them and see that we exploit the opportunity. Thank you very much, Nirmalyada. Thank you, Mr. Mitra.
Thank you, folks. Now we'll move on to
Thank you. Thank you.
and our next speaker, who's been waiting for a very long time, Mr. Sudeep Chatterjee, Senior General Manager, Technical of Inrox Global Private Limited, who will talk about primarily acid regeneration plants. Mr. Chatterjee, the floor is yours. You can start. You are muted, Mr. Chatterjee. You have to unmute.
Yeah. Thanks, Nirmala. And I will share my screen first. Hello, everyone, and welcome to today's session of technology, market, and application. Is everybody seeing it? Hello?
No, your presentation is not visible yet.
Is it now?
No, it's not. Yes, we can see it now.
Okay. So thank you for everybody to take your time out and being here today. I'm Sudeep Chatterjee from Inrox Global. Our head office is in New Delhi, India. We are the technology provider for hydrolysis of metal chloride solution for HCl acid regeneration. This pyrohydrolysis technology is used for all metal chlorides like aluminum, magnesium, and of course ferrous and ferric chloride. So particularly today I'm going to talk about the HCl regeneration in pickling line, which is a ferrous chloride solution. I am associated with this technology for more than 20 years. Before that, I worked with industrial automation for about 10 years. Let me start the topic today. As my previous speaker has talked about, like India aspires to be a $5 trillion economy by 2025 from the present $2.9 trillion. Indian economy and industry is growing or expected to grow at very fast rate, and in future it is expected to dominate the world economy. As Indian economy is expected to rise, so we expect the steel being a common commodity, its consumption is also expected to rise to keep pace with the economy. We all talk about like how the production is going to increase, because at present our steel consumption is only around 75 kg per capita, whereas the world average is around 180 kg. And just compared to China, it is 500 kg. Thus, it is expected that increasing number of steel plants and the down the line steel processing lines shall be required in India to meet the future demand. And as we know, the current production is 100 metric ton, and our steel policy has targeted to reach 300 metric ton by 2030. So during the production of HR coils, due to the high temperature of the strip surface, the iron on the strip surface react with oxygen in the environment. That is a simple chemistry, like oxidation of iron, and forms a thin layer of sheets or iron oxide layer on that sheets. This layer formed on the coil are an obstacles for the subsequent treatment of the coil, and this needs to be eliminated. Hence, before treatment of the coil, any treatment, it needs to be passed through pickling line to remove this layer, which is actually iron oxide, or we know very in lame word, it is called rust. So pickling, what is pickling? Pickling is the process where the metal surface treatment by a solution, usually contain acids. Presently, hydrochloric acid are used. In earlier days, it was like sulfuric acid was used earlier days. During pickling process, hydrochloric acid converts the ferrous into ferrous chloride. It takes out the iron from the sheets and it converts to ferrous chloride, and that is become a waste liquor, or waste acid, which is called waste pickle liquor. HPCL WPL is a potential hazard to the environment and needs to be treated for its proper disposal. Each ton of steel pickle will generate around 30 liters. Let's assume that we are going to reach 300 metric ton. Out of that, if we eat a quarter of it as cold rolled coil, the WPL generation will be 2.6 billion liters per annum, which comes out to be like we have to treat it around 3 lakh liter of waste acid per hour, which is a huge quantity that demands our attention. This is a kind of like schematic of the pickling line where the uncoiler uncoils the coil and then it passes through the pickling tank and then rinsing tank and then drying and the recoiler. I'll go to the next stage where our ARP and pickling line comes into contact. We know that in pickling line that seeds and HCl acids moves in counter current. The seeds comes from one end of the first tank and goes through the pickling section and moves into rinsing section. This is the regenerated acid which is coming into the pickling section, and then after removing the rust it goes out as an waste acid. This waste acid goes back to acid regeneration plant for further regeneration of acid, which is again coming back to the pickling. So this is a closed circuit. And after this seed goes to rinsing to remove the last traces of the HCl from it, and the clean sheets comes out of, in this section fresh water is used. After it takes out whatever leftover HCl, this water is called rinse water, and this again can be used in acid regeneration plant. So all the waste generated in the pickling line can be taken in the acid regeneration plant for generating a acid in a closed loop manner. So in acid regeneration plant, the fuel and water are generally the utilities, and products come out with the regenerated acid and iron oxide, which is a byproduct. So now what is the process available to treat this waste pickle liquor? In earlier time, it was a effluent treatment plant, which is the ETP. It is a kind of like neutralization with chemicals. There is a lot of sludge will generate. There is no recycling the thing. The acid regeneration process, second option is ARP or acid regeneration process. This is the pyrohydrolysis of the waste pickle liquor. In the waste pickle liquor, whatever the regeneration will be done of HCl, all you can be used in the pickling line, and there will be no sludge generations. We'll go in detail of the ARP a little bit. First, I will tell a little bit about the ETP. In ETP, it is neutralized with alkaline agent. Generally, it is a lime. The output of the ETP is the filter cake and clarified water, but it still contains a metal, traces of metal content, and eventually it results in the damage to the land and water, which is unrecovered. Secondly, whatever the HCl acid is lost, that cannot be returned back. So we have to buy every time the HCl acid from the running of the pickling line. This become a very challenging for the industries to handle the sludge and clarified water and meet the pollution standard. So it is considering the same, it is essential to aim for setting up an ARP instead of conventional ETP. ARP is basically a process of converting the harmful wasteful into a fruitful utility items while protecting the environment from the hazardous acid pollution. ARP provides total relief from the environment hazards. There is absolutely no output from the ARP. All waste acid, rinse water generated in pickling line, all are consumed in ARP. In ARP, it guarantees 99% recovery of chloride, of 18% by generating 18% HCl, which is again used in pickling line. So it minimizes the cost of buying the fresh acid. Pickling line using the regenerated acid are more stable and more energy efficient. It improves the surface quality of the coil. The pickling, just for example, I'm giving the consumption figure. The pickling line with ARP consumes about 0.5 kg of HCl, whereas without ARP, it consumes around 20 kg of HCl per ton. In addition to that, I am going to highlight one major point that ARP produces a value-added product, iron oxide, which is in the powder form, which is called red iron oxide, sold to the ferrite industries and pigment market, which improves the economy of the ARP. In one of our plant, we are producing high-grade iron oxide from this plant, and we are selling all the product. We are exporting everything to China, Malaysia, Indonesia, even to UAE, where they make high-grade soft ferrites, we call, which is used in the electronics industry. In short, the ARP is truly a zero discharge. That is, it is not JLD or zero liquid discharge, where liquid is converted to solid. We are removing the solid which is generated, is being sold. The liquid is again reused back. This is the process flow diagram of the ARP. I'll just go in short in detail, like in the WPL, which is taken from the pickling line, is fed to this Venturi scrubber and separator. Through this is recirculated here. The hot gas comes from here, which is concentrate up to a certain point. This is sprayed to the roaster top. This is a high pressure pump passing through a filter, and burners are at tangentially located. This is the reaction zone. This reaction takes place here, and the oxide falls below here. The temperature is around like 600 to 700 in this zone, and the HCl gas, hot gas, goes through this duct, goes to this Venturi. Due to the hot, it nearly evaporates 25% of the water from the waste acid. The cool gas then goes from Venturi to scrubber, to absorber. In this absorber is basically an adiabatic tower. This is packed, there is a packing, and the gas and the water goes in counterways. This gas contains HCl fume. So this water takes out the HCl and falls below, and the packing increases the time of the contact and the surface area. So with this, what RA, which is generated, the HCl up 18% goes back to pickling line. And then again, the gas which comes out of the top of the absorber goes to the scrubber and finally goes out through the stack. So depending on what is the emission standard is required, the scrubbing system can be designed accordingly. And whatever the oxide which comes out of the roaster is pneumatically taken to the oxide bin, and then they are bagged in 1 ton and marketed to the ferrite industries, color pigment industries, and this. In that roaster, this is the reactions at the roaster take place. This is the concentrated WPL, and this react with water, and the iron oxide powder comes out. This is the I want to show this. This is the reaction of the WPL, which is coming from the top. This is essentially burner creating a vortex. Reaction takes place at certain height. The oxide falls down below, and it is collected from here. And the hot gas is goes up due to the vacuum created by the exhaust fan, and it goes to the next vessel, which is Venturi. So Now I'm talking about our capabilities, like Indrox is capable of. We can design engineering, we can supply procurement equipment, and we can install, we can commission, we can do the turnkey projects from the project management, everything including in that, even the civil structural work. We can upgrade the plant. We can do the operation maintenance of this plant. We can do the marketing of the oxide. And there is a purification system. This is required for certain application where high silica is there in the pickling line. To remove that silica, we use silica reduction system. This is installed in Bokaro steel plant for sale. We have installed this plant. Indrox is adding government belief in making India Atmanirbhar Bharat. Indrox is the only Indian company who has the capability to supply acid regeneration plant technology with design, engineering, equipment, supply, commissioning the plant, all made in India. We are the only company. All other suppliers are not from India, they are from Europe. Indrox can take project based on turnkey project, EPC, built, own and operate basis, build or operate basis. Indrox can do the operation maintenance of the plant along with marketing of iron oxide produced from this plant. I'll just give a brief background of this process. This process is nothing new. It is invented in 50s. The first commercial plant was in 1965. The second commercial plant was installed by Pennsylvania Engineering Corporation, whose companies, whose intellectual rights were further developed by International Steel Services from Pittsburgh, USA in 80s, which is our parent company. And later on, we Indrox became an independent company. In 2002, Indrox put up a plant at MIDC Tarapur in Maharashtra on a build, own and operate basis to process waste acid generated by the steel mill nearby like JSW and Tata. The plant is running till date, catering to various steel mills in the state. Indrox is associated with SAIL Bokaro from 2006. Indrox employ more than 200 personnel in engineering, production, procurement, and marketing. Iron oxide produced is sold by the marketing team of Indrox to the industry involved in manufacturing pigments, paints, ferrites, etc. Indrox Tarapur plant is certified ISO 9001 certified. Our specialty is also to operate and maintain the acid regeneration plant for steel mills. The steel mill will have no obligation except sending the waste pickle liquor to us. This relieves the steel mill from operating the ARP. We will operate and maintain the ARP, ensuring availability of regenerated HCl acid on a continuous basis of desired quality so that there is no effect on the pickling process. This again cut the cost of regular buying of fresh acid. Running the plant with environmental norms, time to time we upgrade the plant to meet the environment norms, and we increase the life cycle of this plant. The steel mill will get out from the marketing and handling of iron oxide. We can produce suitable quality of iron oxide as per requirement of various applications. All this arrangement will lower the processing cost and eliminate the need for specialized team from the steel mill to operate this plant. We only charge a service charge per liter from the steel mills. There is no requirement of high investment to put this acid regeneration plant in case of built, own and operate basis, which we have done for Tarapur plant and in few outside India also. Indrox can install a central processing plant just like we have done in Tarapur. And one time we used to get it from, at that time it was SR Steel from Hazira, around 400 kilometers from our plant. These are some plant photographs, like constructions going on. These are our customers. So as the time is short, with this, I want to close my presentations, and I have not gone into detail because due to the time constraint, but I am open to reply for query by emails. Once again, I like to thank all of you for your time and patient hearing, and special thanks to Nirmalada for insisting me to participate in this and giving Inrocks an opportunity. Thanks, Nirmalada. Back to you.
Ankit, this
Thank you.
presentation is.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Sorry for the delay. I just took a small break, so my apologies for the delay. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. Well, again, this is something which is of interest because we all know we can save millions of euros in terms of using indigenous technology available with Inrock for acid regeneration, which is also beneficial from the point of cost savings that we will be able to generate when we use Atmanirbhar Bharat technologies for acid regeneration plants. And
yeah, that is my request to all, like all the steel gurus are here, especially the Danieli and JSW are here. So to give us a chance to supply from India and any Indian technology.
so Mithileshwar will, whenever he has a query for acid regeneration plant, he will be in touch with you, and he is responsible for the entire flat product business. So he is the right person you should be in touch with. And
Yeah, we are already in touch. We are in close touch.
great,
Thank you.
that's great.
Yeah, with Mithleshwar is supporting very well. Actually, he's generously he supported our Enrox family. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterjee. And my only, I would say, apologies for not being able to get cell chairman today, but this was a extremely different situation. When the minister calls the cell chairman,
Yeah, we understand that. Sure.
he was in Durgapur and ISCO the whole day. And I have been getting I followed Dharmendra Pradhan on Twitter. So I have been getting his constant tweets today, posting the pictures with the present cell chairman and the future cell chairman.
Okay.
So, Soma Mandal was also in that trip today with in Durgapur and ISCO Burnpur.
Yeah,
So,
she is my senior. So actually, I'm waiting for when she will be joining as in chairman, and we will go for to welcome her actually from our Delhi chapter of our college. Are very eager to her to join.
She is the first lady chairperson of SAIL, and
Yes.
As you all know, she's a very nice lady, and I had ample opportunities of interacting with her as director commercial of SAIL, and
Yes.
I'm sure we'll have another good chairperson of SAIL after Mr. A.P. Chaudhary was of Mr. Anil Kumar Chaudhary was excellent human being. He's an excellent human being, and as you know, he's not a metallurgist, he's a chartered accountant.
Chartered accountant.
He's a finance man, but in spite of that, he has, I would say, a total control over the industry. He's been there as 7 years as director of finance. After that, he took over as chairman SAIL. We interact with each other almost on a day-to-day basis. On WhatsApp, we are there always in touch, and in fact, all this while because of security concerns, I had not taken him in our WhatsApp group. Now he's there in our WhatsApp group also. You are also there, Mr. Chatterjee, in our WhatsApp group. So you can interact with him on a day-to-day basis in our WhatsApp group also.
Sure.
So with that, I'll move over to another good friend, old friend, Manish Arora. Dada, are you there? Manish, are you there? Ankit, can you just check if
Yeah, he's
Manish-
there in the panel. I think he's away from keyboard.
Yeah, but shall we wait for him or shall we move on to has Mr. Sanjay Sahani joined? Oh, এই তো দাদা এসে গেছে তো দাদা নমস্কার কি হলো মনীষ দা Is he frozen? Monish da,
Connectivity issues, I think.
shall we wait for him or shall we move on?
I think we can move on to the next speaker and I will drop him a message.
Yeah, let me contact him on WhatsApp. Is he connected? I can't. Let me drop him a WhatsApp message. Okay, so we'll move on. He's calling me. I've asked him to disconnect and try connecting again. He's saying I can see all of you, but okay, let's see. Can you unmute him, Ankit?
No, he has to unmute himself because he has muted it.
Okay, let's see. Okay, in the meantime, so Sudip Chatterjee is leaving. Okay, what we'll do is we'll move on to the next speaker. I think Vikas Singh, because Sanjay Sahani from Tata Steel, I can't see him. Can you see Sanjay Sahani of Tata Steel?
No, he's not here.
Okay. So what we'll do is we'll move on to Vikas Singh and wait for Manish Arora to join. So Mr. Vikas Singh? Yeah, Mr. Vikas Singh is
yes,
territory sales engineer for Henkel Adhesives. And he will be followed by, after Vikas Singh, it will be Mr. Ghanshani, Director Webcon Manufacturing Engineer. So first, I would request Vikas Singh, and after Ghanshani, it will be my good friend Mithileshwar, and then Mukul Kumar Singh. So Vikas Singh, if you could.
yes. Hello, and a very good evening, a very warm good evening to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you to all the organizers who invite us to participate in such an insightful session from various senior personalities from steel industries. Myself, Vikas Singh from Henkel Adhesive Technologies, taking care of general manufacturing and maintenance business in, first of all, I would like to share my screen. Yes. Please let me know once you can see the screen.
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, so myself, Vikas Singh from Henkel Adhesive Technologies, taking care of general manufacturing and maintenance business in central part of India, expertise in providing maintenance, repair and overhauling solutions for steel industries. Today, I will be presenting a cost-effective and a reliable Loctite solutions for steel manufacturing as well as cold rolling sheet applications. So first of all, a brief introduction about Henkel. We are the #1 manufacturer of engineering adhesives in the world. About 20 billion turnovers globally. We have a 53,000 employees across world, 143 years old company, having 188 manufacturing units and 23 major R&D sites in the world. In India, we have 7 manufacturing sites and 1 major R&D site where product development and MRO testing happens. So Loctite, I believe that this is a very well-known brand for any maintenance manager or for any assembly manager. Anaerobic technology was invented by Loctite in 1953. These anaerobic adhesives has 4 major applications. One is the thread locking, thread sealing, gasketing, and the retaining. Fasteners, as we all know that fasteners are used in any industries, but fasteners is used to assemble any assembly or to disassemble any assembly. But it undergoes a very chronic challenge, that is loosening. Fasteners get loosened down due to vibration. If we talk about the root cause of loosening of fasteners, the root cause is only 15% metal to metal contact. At any fastener, it is an engineering design that in any fastener, there is only 15% metal to metal contacts and remaining 85% is air. So being a liquid adhesive, Loctite thread lockers seals all this 85% gap and makes this fastener assembly to or unite this fastener assembly, and then they vibrate on a single amplitude. So after using Loctite adhesives, if any vibration happens, both nut and bolt will vibrate on a single amplitude, and the assembly does not lose due to vibrations. So the major benefit of Loctite thread lockers are prevent loosening due to vibrations. It also, because it makes a film over the threaded portion, so it also prevents the corrosion on the threaded parts. Loctite thread lockers are easy to assembly and disassembly, and also low inventory cost. It reduces the cost because only one bottle fits to all size of fasteners. After thread locker, we are talking about thread sealing. Again, threaded assemblies are very important because it undergoes leaks due to vibrations and due to high pressures. So being a liquid thread sealant, Loctite seals all the gap made in the threaded assemblies and 100% seals them. Loctite thread sealants withstand pressure up to 10,000 psi. This is very high pressure, 10,000 psi. These are solvent free, or they does not shrink because they does not contain any solvents, and they do not contaminate the fluids in the fluid flow systems. After thread sealing, we have the gasketing compounds. Gasketing is also very important part of any mechanical assemblies. Different types of gasketings are being used, and usually maintenance manager faces challenge of leakage from gasket areas. So Loctite gasketing solution, because they are the liquid solution, so they 100% seal the flanges, whether it is a machined flanges or the stamped flanges. If Loctite flange sealant is being applied, there will be no leakages till the disassembly happens. So in the gasketing compound, it also bonds both the flanges, due to which there will be no leakages. After gasketing, we'll move towards the retaining compounds. Retaining or cylindrical assemblies undergoes retaining, like gears, like bearing and shafts, like couplings. So due to continuous movement, there are some challenges of formation of play inside the bearing or housings. Here again, Loctite retaining compounds help to retain these clearances in the cylindrical assemblies. These are very high strength and reliable solutions. So from these anaerobic technologies, I believe that maintenance manager or the assembly manager can increase the reliability of their equipments, reduce the cost. So after adhesive solutions, we have a maintenance solutions for steel industries, we maintain, repair, rebuild, and protect the equipment and entire steel manufacturing process, from mining to beneficiation, from sinter to blast furnace, and from even from casting to rolling mills. So we have a range of solution which can protect the equipment in the steel manufacturing process. If you can see in the first image of pump, there are chronic challenges of wear and tear due to slurry, due to iron ore slurry handling, and this pump casing get worn out rapidly. We have abrasion resistant solutions, a ceramic based. Now we also have a silicon carbide based solutions to protect the pump casings from wear and tear. Apart from pumps, mill trunnion sleeves, we have a feed pipes, bands, reducer. These all components undergo severe erosions due to operations. So Loctite has a wear resistant solution to protect all these equipments. After wear and tear, we'll move towards the corrosion protection. Any steel manufacturing industry has a lot of corrosion challenges due to various types of chemical handling, due to fumes, due to SOx, NOx. So we have a range of solutions to protect the tanks, pipelines, chambers from different type of corrosion. We also have a solution to protect from corrosion even up to the elevated temperature of 210 degrees Celsius. Like in the ESPs and the baghouse, the temperature is a little bit higher. So we have the solutions for high temperature corrosion protections as well. After corrosion, we'll move into the pipe repairing system. Loctite introduced a NPR solution, a wrapping solution to increase the life of their pipelines up to another 20 years. So this particular solution is approved by GNVDL, and this is proven solution which withstand pressure up to 100 bars. Then again move towards the conveyor belt repairing system. Loctite introduces a fast curing solutions for the for repair of their conveyor belts. Usually what happens due to the material handling, conveyor belt undergoes a lot of damages, cuts, gauzing out. So Loctite PC7350, a versatile solution to repair the conveyor belts, and the system is back in service within 2 hours. So it is very fast. After conveyor belt, we are having a range of cleaners, range of anti-seize compounds to protect or to clean the various equipments, various components from oil and grease. So after maintenance, we'll move towards some of the adhesive applications in the sheet applications. The number one application you can see is the sealing of sheet joints, skylight windows, and fastener heads. So usually what happens in the pre-engineering sheds, from these locations, from the fastener heads, from the windows, from these overlapping portion of the sheet metal, there is a chances for the water ingressment. So you can see in the second image, we have a flexible sealant which is so robust, which can fill all the gap formation in the overlap portion, and it does not allow any water, any moisture to ingress from this location. These are the flexible compound having a very good UV resistance properties, very good weatherability. These are the single component products and easy to apply. One of the important thing is these sealants are paintable also. So due to which you can you can even paint these over these sealants as well. So now after sealing application, we have the bonding solutions. Well, usually what happens in the sheet metal, stiffener takes an important role to increase the integral strength of the sheet metal component. So stiffeners usually welded or riveted. So due to the thin thickness of the sheet metal component, the welding creates an impression, and usually it degrades the aesthetics of the component. So Loctite have the range of adhesives in which you can bond these stiffeners. You can eliminate the welding process, you can eliminate the riveting process, you can directly bond these stiffeners. These are very fast solutions. They can bond very quickly as well. We introduce a hybrid solution which can bond, which can takes the strength within 10 minutes. So these solutions have an excellent tensile strength and easy to apply as well. And one more important parameter is that our Loctite adhesives can bond to the coated sheet as well. So by applying adhesives on the stiffeners, you can improve the aesthetics of your sheet metal components. So this is all about from Henkel point of view. If anybody have any questions, any queries, you can directly drop out an email. You can also note it down the phone numbers. For any specific queries, you can contact us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vikas, for a quick presentation of application-oriented approach for our, let's say, coated sheet applications. And I'm sure many of us would find interest in this because, I have a small little farmhouse in a place called Shanti Niketan, 200 kilometers from Calcutta, where every year my outhouse where my caretakers live, every year I have a problem with the Tata Blue Scope sheets, which I had put as for roofing applications there because it's in a green zone. And every year I have a seepage problem. So I have to get an applicator to get that seepage problem solved every year. During monsoon, there is heavy monsoon in the region I'm talking about. So I think this is a good solution that you offer for such challenges that we have. And typically this is, I think, very true for our Northeast region where there are heavy rainfalls for a major part of the year. So thank you once again, Vikas. Now my Dada will take over.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Manish Arora, again, a good friend whom I know for many years now. And he will primarily talk about roll grinding solutions. And he is the managing director of Hercules India. So over to you, Mr. Manish Arora. The floor is yours.
Can you hear me, first of all, Nirmalada? Can you hear me?
Ekdam loud and clear.
Very nice, very nice.
I am so close to you. We live in the same city.
So nice of you, Sara. You are always an inspiration for me to live in Kolkata. So, good evening, everyone present in this webinar. For those who do not know me, my name is Manish Arora. I am the Managing Director at Hercules in India, based out of Kolkata. And really, it is an honor for me to be a part of this webinar today. Many thanks to my very close and dear friend, Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee. Very quickly, since we are already behind schedule, so very quickly I will jump to my topic. As the focus of this today's webinar, Dada, can you see the video? Is it okay?
Yes, your video is visible. We can see you.
Okay. So, since the focus of this webinar today is cold rolled sheets and strips and color coded sheets, so my basis of today's presentation is Hercules roll grinders, and basically the more importantly the Hercules monolith technology, which is the apt and the best solution for cold rolling mills, for grinding of cold rolling mill rolls. Ankit, I have to share my screen.
Yeah, and also your video has turned off.
Oh, why is that?
Can you try starting it again?
Is it okay?
No, we cannot see you.
Now?
No.
Oh my God, is it?
But it's okay since you'll be sharing your screen, so you can try doing that first.
Okay, so I have to go to share screen and then I have to.
So you have to open the presentation first, and then you have to click on the share screen, and the presentation will show up there. Then you can just click on share.
No, it's not coming here.
Ankit, do you have the presentation with you?
No, I don't. Another thing you can do is when you click on the green button, there will be a desktop one. So you can share your entire desktop. Maybe you can try doing that.
No, when I click the green button, I am getting three options. One is your share your entire screen, then application window.
Yeah, so maybe you can share your entire screen then.
And then open the presentation.
Yeah.
Just a moment, yeah, it's not getting done.
If the presentation is not showing up in the applications, then you can just share the entire screen.
Yeah, now your video has come.
Yes, now the video has come, but now how the screen is going to come, that is the.
Click on share screen once again.
My PPT is on.
PPT is open, right?
Yeah, PPT is open, yes.
So then once you just click on share screen, it should show up.
Oh my God, why? Yeah, in the application window, no, in the application.
Application window also it should show up.
But why it is not showing?
Yeah, now.
Now? Now it is okay?
Yeah, now we can see your screen. Now, can you just open the presentation?
Now
we
you
are
can just.
the white screen now.
So you can see the presentation now?
It's a white screen.
My presentation is open now.
Okay, it is not visible.
Then you have to. What I suggest is you close the presentation, open again.
Still not?
No.
What is this problem? Oof. What to do, Dada?
No stress, Dada, no stress. The last thing, tension देने का नहीं, लेने का नहीं, देने का.
Yes, yes, yes. Now I can see you, but
Yeah. दादा ये तो खुलते खुलते बंद हो गया.
अच्छा
খুলেছিল আবার বন্ধ হয়ে গেল.
My God.
Take your time, take your time. এখনো ডিনারের টাইম হয়নি.
No, well, because I'm getting the message you are sharing the screen, but why it is not getting shared?
Yeah, it's showing you're sharing the screen.
Yes. The
Yeah.
video is getting off.
Yeah, you have to click on start video. Yeah, now we can see you. But why in the screen I can only see myself? Ankit, any suggestions?
Another alternative is you can email the presentation to me and I can share it.
আর নাহলে মানিষদা প্রেজেন্টেশনটা মোবাইলে আছে you WhatsApp to
No, mail mein hai. Mail, I can mail it to you right now.
Yes, I
Yeah,
can. I'm sending you my email address.
I have it. I have it.
Yeah, you just mail it to Ankit. Ankit will do it.
Maybe you can send it to me in this address. I send you my Gmail address because usually it comes faster when it's on Gmail.
I've sent you just now.
Just see.
In fact, I'm not sure. I've sent the PDF format because this thing is big size.
Yeah, but have you got it, Ankit?
No, not yet.
But I wanted, actually, my purpose was I wanted to share some videos, which I don't think you can see in the PDF format.
The videos are embedded in the presentation, or is it a separate file?
They are in the presentation, but I have in the separate file also. But again, those files are big, so I'm not sure I can mail them or not.
Right.
Let me see once again.
Yeah, try once again.
In the Microsoft, Ankit, when I open a share screen, then I'm getting three options, and the last one is Microsoft Edge tab. And when I click that, and then I'm getting technology market today's webinar, and then I'm getting share.
So Microsoft Edge tab would open your browser, I think. Is your presentation already open? Is it minimized?
Yes, it is open.
Okay. Ideally, when you go click on the share screen option, there will be three tabs: basic, advanced, and files. So you have to click on basic. On the top, there will be three buttons. So when you click on basic, you will see your desktop, whiteboard, and then any tab that is already open, any software that is already open.
Did you get my email?
No, I did not get your. Did you? Can you send it to me on Gmail? The ID I shared with you on Zoom. Because here it takes a little bit of time to come.
I'm sending it to Manishda. I'm sharing your email address with him.
Bolo, Ankit, Gmail wala bolo.
Yeah,
Ankit.
Yeah, it's Mukherjee, Mukherjee.
Mukherjee.
Ankit, ANKIT, 1997
Okay.
at gmail.com.
I'm sending it now.
Yeah, this should come quicker.
This is surprising how.
I did not receive any email yet.
But still you cannot see the screen?
I mean, we can see the screen, but it's just opening the browser.
I'm getting the message, the sharing a window and
Just check on your mail once again, Ankit.
Yeah, I got the email.
Okay, now share it.
Yeah, I have to download it. You have to give me a moment. Yeah, can you see my screen?
Yes.
okay. We're extremely sorry everyone for the delay.
No problem.
So my presentation is basically on the Hercules patented technology for the monolith machine beds. The monolith machine beds are, Ankit, can you please take to the next slide? Okay, next one. Next one. This was an animation which I wanted to show. This basically shows how a monolith machine is assembled right from the beginning of the OPI, when the boxes are opened, and the assembly of the machine takes hardly 2 weeks time, when the machine is ready to get commissioned and to grind. So Ankit, next slide please. So this is basically the technology, the difference between a conventional machine. On the left side, you can see the machine bed of a conventional machine, and on the right side, you can see the machine bed of a monolith machine. In the conventional machine, there are the bed castings for the x-axis and the z-axis. There are two different castings, and both the beds have to be aligned with each other for the proper performance of the machine. And then you have to construct an isolation block which is suspended on springs inside a pit, and then the machine is assembled over the machine bed. But in a monolith, in a roll grinder with the monolith machine bed, this machine bed is a very highly ribbed casting. In between there is a mineral concrete which is filled into the bed, and then there is a plate, steel plate at the bottom, and this complete bed, this is a single casting for the complete z-axis and x-axis beds, so there is no need for any alignment throughout the life of the machine. And moreover, this machine bed can be placed with the help of isolation pads on the normal or the standard shop floor. There is no need to build an isolation block, or there is no need to construct a pit inside which the machine has to be placed. So the machine is just placed without any foundation bolts, without any anchor bolts, without any shoe pads. It is just placed on isolation bed, on the isolation pads placed on the normal shop floor of the mill. So Ankit, next. This is the some pictures of a typical foundation for the monolith machine bed. These are the on the left side. You can see the isolation pads which are placed on the shop floor, and the location of each pad is designed after the machine is designed depending on the roll size, roll weight, everything. So the location of each pad is selected beforehand, is decided beforehand, and then when the machine, on the right side you can see the machine bed which is being placed on these isolation pads, and on the bottom of the machine bed there is a steel plate, and on exactly on the same location on the steel plate there are slots machined. So these slots just when the machine bed is lowered on the isolation pads, so this machine bed just rests on the isolation pads without any foundation boards or without any shoe pads. Ankit, next slide. This is the biggest machine that we have supplied so far at Outokumpu in Finland. This is suitable to grind backup rolls for the hot strip mill for producing stainless steel coils. The weight of the backup roll is 95 tons. Of course, this machine is designed to grind backup rolls up to 120 tons with chocks. But the roll which is being ground, the weight is 95 tons. And this is the biggest machine that we have supplied so far for hot strip mills. Ankit, next, please. So basically, these are the advantages of a Hercules roll grinder with monolith machine beds. The first one is this is a foundationless machine bed. No need to build a huge isolation block or concrete made out of concrete, and there's no need for isolation springs as well. So which is a big cost saving for the customer. Then the monolith machine bed comes with a single casting, so there is no need for the alignment between the x-axis and z-axis throughout the lifetime of the machine. The installation process is very easy, very short time is required. As I told you earlier, hardly within maximum 2 weeks, the machine is ready to be commissioned, and maybe within 3 to 4 weeks, the machine is commissioned and ready to grind the rolls. The vibration, which is the most important part, the vibration dampening capacity of a Hercules monolith machine is much better than a conventional machine. Both internal and external vibrations are dampened. The performance is much better than a conventional machine. This is very important as far as the rolls for cold rolling mills are concerned. The quality, the profile, the roll profile, the shape, the roundness of the rolls, these are achieved within the tolerances which we normally guarantee plus minus 1 microns. Again, the relocation of a monolith machine is very easy. We have to just dismantle the machine, remove all the components, and then lift the machine bed, take it to the new location, and then reassemble the machine. Whereas in a conventional machine, it is a very Herculean task to remove first of all the foundation boards, to cut the foundation boards, and then in the new location again you have to the construction of the isolation block is required, the construction of the pit is required, you need the isolation springs where the machine has to be put. So as compared to a conventional machine, the performance, it is very easy to locate for a monolith machine. So from customer's point of view, huge cost saving is there for the construction of the foundations, the purchase of the isolation springs, and also for the man-days required for the supervision for the installation and commissioning of the machine. So the startup time is very quick, and there is a huge cost saving for the end user as far as the startup is concerned. Ankit, this was an important video which I wanted to show, but unfortunately, I think We cannot show it. And Nirmada, I would like to end my presentation here. The remaining presentation is a long one. I don't want to take any much time as the webinar is already delayed. So thank you very much, gentlemen. For any queries, if you have, you can contact me anytime. My email ID and mobile number are mentioned there. Thank you so much, Nirmada, for giving me this opportunity. Really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Manishda. And once again, as I told you earlier, I want to do a Roltech conference for which Subratoda, if I may introduce Manishda to you, my relationship with him.
I know Manish, Manish Arora.
Yeah, we have
remember
met.
I was in the store.
Yes, we have met.
Hello,
sir. How are you?
Fine. It was a beautiful technical presentation of comparison. Really nice. Please, Nirmal.
Yeah, as I was mentioning, MHI.
Yes.
Dada was with MHI, which is, as you know, the investor in Primetals as well. I mean,
yes,
it's an extension of Primetals. Then he moved on to Tenova. So that's basically to give a brief background of Manishda's, presence in the industry for so many years. So we've known each other for years now, and it is always a pleasure. And even last time he was supposed to speak, but there was a customer who called him. That's why he had to leave.
Yeah, I was in Delhi at that time and could not complete my negotiation. So I was not able to. So, but this time I thought I'll do it. But also, unfortunately, I could not share my screen. I wanted to show 2 important videos. Maybe next time.
No, we will do it soon. We will plan something soon. As I said, I want a series on, role solutions, because let me be very honest to you, Dada. What hurts me most is today, none of the roll manufacturers in India are available with their capacities, whether it is GPI, whether it is Tire Rolls. There are, such wonderful companies. They had so much of facilities, but when we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat for the roll segment, how can we become Atmanirbhar if we have to depend on Chinese rolls?
Certainly, Dada, 100% I agree with you. With so much of consumption in India, not even a single roll manufacturer of reputation is here. But at the same time, Dada, I would also like to point out, if you see cold rolling mills, not even a single manufacturer of proper cold roll. I'm not talking about, okay, CMI is there, or there are many other small players. But if you need a high quality cold rolling mill, you have to go to either SMS or Primetals or Danieli. There is no other company in India who can produce a cold rolling mill which can produce automotive grades or home appliances grades.
Exactly.
This is really very unfortunate for our country.
Yeah, in fact, I think when our Honorable Steel Minister talks about Atmanirbhar Bharat in such vigor, one of the things which the ministry must take up is identifying units which can actually, they have machining facilities, they have good talent, they could set up these companies.
Yes.
Mithileshwar Jadhav can leave Dhaneli tomorrow and start his own company.
Yes, that is a good opportunity for Mr. Yadav.
Yeah.
The potential is always there in India. The huge potential in
India. Exactly.
Fully agree with you.
So,
but for timing, you consider Dhaneli in India is like an Indian, OEM, because they have made all the entire setup in India, and the setup is not like it has any limitation. We can make any cold rolling mill to produce any kind of the grades, and it will be 100% made in India.
Exactly. May I ask Mr. Mukul Kumar Singh, Mukul ji, आप बताइए मोरक्को में क्या सिचुएशन है?
Hello.
Mukul ji, what is the situation in Morocco? Do you have local suppliers available, or are you dependent on SMS, Dhaneli, and Primetals?
No, we don't have a local supplier, of course, and we are
totally
dependent on Dhaneli or SMS, and we have all we have a Kawasaki. We have all old mill. So even another we are hot rolling. We have a SMS complete setup with SMS unit, and that's why my main target to here to be or invite our Indian supplier also to involve in this market. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes. I'm listening to you because I'm interested to know what the region is like, you know. And these are, you know, potentially, I would say, bright countries which has a lot of potential. So
Yeah, it's complete. This North MENA region have a potential, and they have a huge consumption over there. So, of course, we can supply in this area. Other than Denali and SMS and other one, I'm not opposing them, but we have our Indian supplier can manage this area very well.
Absolutely. देखिए मुकुल जी, मैं अगर
It looks like Nirmala is not happy with us.
नहीं, मैं आपको मुकुल जी मैं बताता हूँ, मेरा दाना पानी चलता है ओनली विथ SMS, दानेली एंड प्राइमेटल्स। ये तीनों कंपनी अगर कम हो जाए इंडस्ट्री से तो मेरा तो दाना पानी बंद हो जाएगा। I'll starve to death. So that is why my endeavor is always to keep SMS, Daneli and Primetals happy and make sure they get enough orders in a year. And it is unfortunate when I write about various orders around the world, in India there are very few orders to show. Fortunately, Daneli managed a good order from Bangladesh, which was Vasundhara Steel Mills, which was by far the biggest MIDA order. I mean, so that is why Daneli is still there with and the affairs in SMS and Primetals are very, very precarious. They are in very bad shape. So this is a challenge, right? This is a challenge, I would say, right now. Anyway, without spending much time, let me do some internal favoritism to Daneli by offering Mithileshwar to speak before anyone else. The floor is yours. Mr. Mithileshwar Jadhav, the floor is yours. इतना तो partiality मेरा बनता है. I can do this much of partiality by promoting.
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much, Nirmala, to all of you. And it's my pleasure to be here in this panel. And special thanks to all the topmost people who are no more with us in this in this panel, but they have given very insightful session, and it was very knowledgeable and giving all the data which is really required to understand where we are leading in this market. And honestly speaking, what I heard from all the CEOs and the executives people from the India, it looks quite encouraging for us. You know, we have the good future for the coated industry in India at least. And without taking too much time, I will go directly into my presentation, and let's see what I'm going to talk. I will try to keep it very brief because we are already spilling over like anything. So can we go to the next slide, please? So, in fact, I was having planned to speak on a short introduction about Danely United and its technology and why it. And the next was an import substitution, which we are now implementing in Danely in India, and with the concept of Make in India, not only for India, also for the export. Compact and flexible new wiping equipment for the galvanizing. It was my core topic of this webinar, but in fact, I need to make it very short. So go to the next place, please. Here is a history about Danely United. This is a business unit which looks after the complete flat product requirement of the company. And if you go into the history, like United and Win were like born in USA during 1901 and 1929. And they got in Danely in 1986 and 1991 and 1992, and in 1995 we declared Danely United as a business unit of Danely Group for the flat product. Yeah, go to next slide, please. Ankit, if you don't mind, can I take the control? It will be good for me, and I'll be like little bit choosy on the slides. No, I wanted to really skip some of the slides.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Thank you. Can you see my screen? Is it visible?
Yes, we can see.
Perfect. Then it's a little bit more insight about the Danley United business unit, where I'm trying to highlight like we can cater any kind of the requirement for the customer, irrespective of any type, any grades, any kind of let's say like strip, and for rolling and also for the strip processing, not limited to the core low carbon steel and mild steel. It's also like we are in the stainless steel business, and we have also our know-how for the process. And here I'm trying to highlight one stuff that is like we can offer our customer a single source solution, that is like the key equipment of galvanizing line, any galvanizing line. I'm not taking the example of rolling mill and any other processing line, since it's about the so it makes more sense to stick with this. So like critical equipment is Q surface, that is skin pass mill and tension leveler by Danley. So we have the proven technology which guarantee the best strip quality to our customer. Another very important equipment is Danley Kohler X-Set air knife, and that run faster at the for the light coating, which is very interesting, and it will be coming in my also next slides. Then another important thing is in any galvanizing line is the furnace, which is coming through Danley Central Combustion, our furnace division, which is our own business unit for the Danley Group. And from there, we are getting all the latest technology, ensuring the effective deoxidizing of the strip, best temperature uniformity, and low gas consumption for any of the line. And Danley automation is another our biggest strength for any of the project who are always with us, not for limited to level 1 and level 2 kind of the requirement for the market. They are also helping us with the industry 4 automation for any of the project, and they are following the dynamic modeling along with the Q3 intelligence system, which is giving kind of all the possible features and fulfilling with the current requirement of the market. And getting all these things from same company, which is ensuring single source for design and supply of any project in the cold rolling and strip processing. This is valid for all the product line, but I am more specific on the conference. Here I'm talking about the import substitution which we are making in India with the concept of Make in India, and we have recently executed in JSW, that is a ETL complex, where we are supplying one double cold reduction mill, a recoiling line. We have also electrodecating line and cut to length line, and we have made let's say like around 70% job of this project from Danley India workshop, and by utilizing all the resources from India itself. We are sticking with the basic engineering and the basic design from the Italy, but yes, we have done most of the job. Then we are executing, which is under construction, to galvanizing line, to big galvanizing line for again for JSW in Tornagalu. So the second line is under commissioning, and another one is under erection. Hopefully, we'll be able to commission both the line in next year in 2021. You go into the feature, it has very good features in the line, and both of the line is equipped with the possibilities to produce and GL together, and all possible technology like wiping, furnace, skin pass, etc. is coming from our own one workshop. And another plant we have executed from Danley India itself. Again, it is a UIC cold rolling complex in Abu Dhabi. This complete project was made by India, and it's you know, the benefits what we have got from Danley Group is we are not only making for the India, we are also making something which we can make the export to the other countries. In the USC, we have made one post pickling line, cold rolling mill 4i, and the galvanizing line, along with some service line that is. Here I am going a little bit into the detail of the wiping equipment. In fact, which was my key target to explain in this forum, but still seeing the time, I need to be very short. The why this topic I have chosen, the reason behind that was we talked a lot about expansion, project, requirement, growth, etc. But at the same time, the core thing which is very important for any of the promoter or any of the steel company, that is their profit margin. How they can improve their profit margin is of course the capex, but it will be somewhere like sorting their the ROI period. But increasing the profit margin, either they will sell the product in the higher price or they have to reduce their operating cost. So here our target is reduce the operating cost by optimizing the consumption of the zinc, and zinc consumption for any galvanizing line is the one of the key parameter, and that is the reason why I've chosen this topic. So if you go into the current market dynamics, you will find that all the customer worldwide, it's not limited to the Asian market or Indian market. This is a requirement for the worldwide. They are expecting to increase the quality of their product. They wanted to improve the productivity by increasing the speed or sometimes debottlenecking another process area, and with the higher yield. And the meantime, at the same time, they are looking for the reduced operating cost and the reduce the coating weight in the galvanizing line. In fact, very honestly speaking, these are two different contradicting and conflicting target, ambitious target, I will say, of the market. But we have something in our hand which can deliver this kind of the ambitious target to our customer worldwide, and that is the Daily Kohler XZ wiping equipment which we install in our galvanizing lines. And if you go into that, we have made the fully integrated technological package to perform all the expectation of our customer, that is high quality, reduced cost, and the tight tolerance. Go into the detail of this package. It includes X-Jet air knife, which is the key component of this machine. And just allow me to choose pointer. Which is here, and another, if you go into the next one is the Q-Zinc. It's a closed loop control model by Dynamic Automation to further improve the performance of this machine. We have also Q Robot Zinc, that is another proprietary item of Dynamic Automation, that is robot for the gloss removal. Strip to knife distance measuring system. It's another kind of technological package in this this equipment, which further enhance the performance of the equipments. And then lastly, we have also dynamic electromagnetic steel stabilizer in the same package, which further improve the coating uniformity and the coating thickness. It's also help us to improve the line speed. What we have done in this, that is very important, because everybody has knife, they understand the importance, but what different we have made, we can see the process we have followed. We are here in this model, which is with the XZ knife. If you go into the detail of this, we have many chambers in that. We are sucking the air in this area and allowing it to go into the next chamber, then next. Then we are getting airflow at this. That airflow is very sharp, and laminar flow in the characteristic. Why it is required to have efficient wiping? Because if you go into the one very simple theory, that is the cutting a piece of meat with the sharp knife. If your knife is very sharp, you can cut the piece of meat very smoothly without any blunt edges. The same concept we have utilized, and we have made extensive research in our lab, in the Research and Development lab, which is located again in Italy. And through that study, we find this special design of the knife, which is getting a similar pattern of the airflow, which works like a knife to control the coat. What benefits we got out of that sharper air jet, which I was comparing with the sharp knife? We got the less coating weight for the same speed. We increase the speed of the line by utilizing by reducing the coating weight. Less overcoat, that is another very challenging defect for any of the galvanizing. We also got reduced it. Less cleaning effort for the nozzle lip, less skimming, because airflow is very laminar, no extra air around the pot. Then less flow of the air. We got the sharper knife, so we reduce the flow, which further improve the energy consumption. Then fewer surface defect. Couple of the example what we are doing with our air knife. This air knife is capable to achieve the coating up to 40 GSM together, both sides, for the galvanizing, which is really challenging. Is also to the line speed of 140 amp. So for the higher coating, like 80 GSM, we are doing at the 180 MPM speed for the galvanizing. For the galvalume, it is even much easier. That is proven. What I was trying to highlight to the previous slide in the project, that is LDs in Turkey, which we have commissioned. We have achieved this. If you see the chart as well, you can find a lot of dots on the coating total. it's consistently doing this. Another interesting operating result from Atakas, again from Turkey, where we are producing Jet 30 GSM at 120 mpm and Jet 40 at 140 to 150 mpm. That is really something. And what I am talking about the speed and the coating, it is with the international quality standard without any compromise. And the same air knife is also capable not only for the thin coating, it's also capable same air knife, just adjusting few parameters to achieve the maximum possible coating thickness, that is Jet 300 and Jet 600, that it is doing. The same line is also producing because we have also done central combustion. So since we got very short time, so we skip the short presentation on the dynamic central combustion furnace, which is also always part of our galvanizing project. And here I'm trying to highlight the low consumption, because after the zinc, another parameter is the gas consumption for any of the galvanizing line. And our galvanizing line in the Atakas is producing the very good quality of the steel, of the galvanizing steel, at very low consumption of the gas, that is 19 Newton meter cube per ton. And that's really something very challenging result which we are getting from our here. I was trying to highlight, we are not just saving the coating thickness and operating at the tight tolerance, we are also improving the coating thickness. If we talk about one of our recent revamps which we have made in the America, that is we increased the line speed from 150 to 180, and for the coating J80 we improved the operating parameters. And seeing the right side table, if you see, initially they were getting the defect on the let's say like the second production of the product around 1.57, and after installing our air knife, they got the reduction in the defect by 1.57 to 0.53, which is like 66% of the improvement in the quality. That results considering some parameter on the material side and on the cost of the diversion. We got the saving of 600,000 euro per annum. I summarize the overall benefit apart from the quality on the operating side. Our air knife is capable to operate at the tolerance of 1.7% in the manual mode. If we talk about the closed loop, it can go even 0.7. It's again very challenging. And for others, this parameter is like 4 to 5%, sometimes more, depending on who is our competitor. Talk about the over consumption of the zinc, it is something like 280 ton per annum for a line with of 200,000 ton of annual capacity, and that is for the 100 GSM coating thickness. And if I estimate the overall saving on the zinc, considering the zinc price $3,000 per ton, we are almost close to save 1 million euro here. So if we talk about the quality and the zinc consumption, somewhere the ROI for this machine is less than 1 year. And this another certificate what we have, like we are not selling these equipments to only our line, we are also selling to our competitor, we are also selling to the plants supplied by our competitor. That makes sense, like that's a gift itself, like the proven experience and the performance of this machine. If our competitors are buying our machine, and we have plenty of the installation worldwide. After that, achieving that performance, we got also complaint from our customer, like our machine require a little bit more space, and most of the customer are not able to get the benefit because their pot is quite crowded. Then again, we went back to the research and development, and we tried to achieve something more compact than what we had, and we come up with the result of XZ that we call compact XZ, CXZ. And that is compact, and we save around 140 mm of the space without compromise of any performance of the knife. At the same time, we also reduce the cap. Here you can see we have a save around 140 millimeter in the dimension, and 140 millimeter in the pot area is quite a good amount of the space. Talk lot, but just have one short video, maybe 2 minutes, and after that, my presentation. This is the machine what I was talking about, and of the galvanizing line. Animated video, but in fact it looks like the same what we are seeing here. So this is the air knife which is going to wipe the coating. Slip is passing this to air knife. We have elevator and positioner both sides of the air knife which control the positioning of pot level. Here you can see we have also a scraper which keeps clean the sink roll, and it is doing also continuously across the barrel length of the sink roll, and it can be also spontaneous depending on the actual situation. Here you can see we have also edge buffer which help us to reduce the edge overcoating. It's a kind of defect for the galvanizing line. Here we are adjusting the gap from strip to knife. We have also feature of the angular adjustment of the nozzles. This we can see the lip cleaner which operates very quickly when a well joint is passing. This is a flow of air what I was talking. This works like a knife on the strip surface. Here you can see the lip cleaner. Here we have also features of the width adjustment. So when you are operating with the nitrogen for the automotive, we reduce the, let's say like we close the gap out of the strip area to save the nitrogen consumptions. This is the angular movement. So depending on the strip dimension, coating requirement, and another parameters, we can also adjust to get the desired quality of the product. So scraper we have also installed not only the sink roll, we have also a scraper on the stabilizer rolls. And top of it, so you can find like there are many these kind of features in the market, but this performance are the proven. These are the operating without any compromise in the plant. And the entire machine we are making in our Italian workshop, and we are getting it assembled out there itself on any of the site. And we are doing these two machines in GS0 Tornagli 2 CGLs and another CGL in Abulkar in Bangladesh, which we got this year itself in January in 19. This line is also under construction. In the Abulkar Bangladesh, we have offered them 210 mpm of the process speed, which is really highest process speed for this reason. I will not take much time now. I'm so sorry. I tried my best to keep it short, but unfortunately, I got a really very interesting topic. And just to conclude, why Danelli for any of the projects in India, let's say like also in the neighboring country. That is like a customer. What we are following the approach. Customer as a partner for our successful operation, and we have also key innovation technological equipment and which has positive effect on OPEX. One of the example was the air knife. I go into the pickling, we have turbo flow. If I go to the rolling mill, we have yield boost. We have X dry for the better strip quality. Then I switch to the galvanizing we have seen. Even into the color coating line, we have the fast hunter, we have our single side coating design. So we have targeted all those areas with real pain and where we are spending a lot as a recurring cost for our customer to give them the better OPEX result. Then we have proven plant concept and the process know-how. So we are not doing any experiment for any of the things. We have everything, all the know-how in our archive, in our group company. And the next is in-house manufacturing. So we don't shop around for any of the novel equipment, any part of the world. So at least for the noble equipment, we are doing inside manufacturing. For rest, maybe steel structures, etc. We depends. It depends. We source from the local market. Thank you so much for your kind listening. I'm really sorry for this late night, but it was really nice. I once again thank Vimalda and the entire organizing committee for giving this chance. Now floor up to you.
Thank you so much, Mithileshwar. It is always a pleasure to have you with us. Just as whenever I think of a long product program, it is Sanjay, and when it comes to flat, you are the one. I have no second choices.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So I know you are the one who can do justice to the subject because, and every year we meet at the Southeast Asia Iron and Steel Institute conference every year. So there also you must have seen it is you who is the center of focus. So thank you once again. And
Thank you so much. It is little bit more, but okay. Thank you so much.
No, why I'm telling you?
I will take like appreciation.
Yeah, it is from the core of my heart appreciation,
Thank you
because
so much.
I knew you are the only one who can do justice. As I said, when it comes to long, it is Sanjay, and for the entire flag segment, it is you.
Thank
So
you so much.
with that, I will move over to Mr. घनश्यानी, डायरेक्टर वेबकॉन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग इंजीनियर्स. घनश्यानी जी, आप मुझे माफ कर दीजिएगा, मेरा दोस्त है, इसीलिए
कोई बात नहीं है सर, कोई बात नहीं है.
मेरा दोस्त है, इतना तो दोस्त के लिए करना पड़ता है.
मिथिलेश्वर मेरा भी दोस्त है. हालांकि ज्यादा लंबा नहीं, हमारा करीबन साल भर हुआ है, मुलाकात हुई है.
तो इसीलिए पहले से आपसे माफी मांग लेता हूँ.
ऐसा है ना, हमारी आपकी मुलाकात पहले क्यों नहीं हुई है? क्योंकि मैं स्टील मैन नहीं हूँ, आई एम एन एयरमैन. मैं 45 साल से हवा बेचता हूँ.
वेरी गुड. बगैर हवा और पानी का स्टील बन ही नहीं सकता है.
और कुछ नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं बन सकता है.
दो चीज चाहिए, पानी और हवा.
बिल्कुल. तो I think I will now straight away share my screen.
Yeah, please sir, please go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry for the mix-up. My subject. Hello. Can you see my screen, sir?
अब तक तो नहीं. अंकित, मेरा बेटा आपको हेल्प कर देगा. अंकित, can you help घनश्यानी जी?
Yeah, we cannot see your screen. You can click on the green share screen button, and is your presentation showing up there?
Yeah.
So you can click on that and click share.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it is visible now.
Yeah, my subject is energy efficiency in fume exhaust and cellar ventilation systems in cold rolling mills. Now, before I proceed on the subject, have we ever realized that 100 kilowatt of power saved is equivalent to 36 lakhs of rupees per year at the power rate of 5 rupees per unit and 300 working days in a year for a mill? Now, most of us are consuming 200 to 230 kilowatt on the exhaust blowers for fume exhaust system. Have you ever asked why so much power is needed for merely exhausting the fumes? And even after spending so much of power, you still see the fumes floating around. I'm showing you another photograph also. You can see the fumes floating around even after spending that much amount of power. Now let's understand what happens. I will talk about air. How does the air move? Now when the fumes are actually generated at this point, they go up because of the thermal effect, but here their way is closed. So the fumes start coming down and out, and then they spray. Once they spray, then see what happens. Fumes are like a genie in the bottle. Once the genie is within the bottle, it is under your control. The moment genie comes out of the bottle, its size blows up and is very difficult for you to control it. Exactly the same thing is happening here. The fumes have taken the form of the genie, and that's the reason you have to spend so much of power to put them out. Now, instead of sucking from the hoods, if we can suck from the top, the fumes will start flowing in. If cannot be connected from top, then we can even connect from the backside just below the platform if it is feasible. These aspects need to be studied. If suction can be taken from top or backside, you will require only 45 to 60 kilowatt of energy for taking the fumes out and cleaning them before leaving out. Further to that, if the entry and exit side of the mill can be closed, now these closures can be designed in such a way that they can be open whenever required for maintenance. Now, with this, around 35 to 40 kilowatt of energy would be sufficient. And if we go further, we provide small hood suspended on both entry and exit side because the mill is reversible, therefore it has got to be given on both sides, otherwise it will be required only on exit side. The fumes will get sucked and you will require hardly about 25 kilowatt of power. Now, most of the OEMs I have been mentioning to them, but somehow it has not yet clicked in their mind because they don't spend on the power. The power is paid by the user. Now we have already installed about 5 mills where the power varies between 90 to 110 kilowatt. Now further, certain amount of experimentation is required for which I can't set up my own mill. I had to work on somebody's mill to bring this power down. In the ventilation of sailors also, normally exhaust systems are provided, but exhaust systems are not effective because airflow takes place from a very close distance, whereas supply blow goes much longer. Invariably, when the exhaust systems are provided, entire cellar remains totally devoid of any air, but instead, we provide fresh air supply system. You can cover the entire cellar and with fresh air, and advantages that you will get will be very good airflow, comfortable conditions in the cellar, lower power consumption, and even air cooling can be provided for dry areas which are away from seashore. On an average, 50% reduction in power consumption is definitely easily possible. And we have provided such systems to even organizations like JSW and others, and even Bhushan Power and Steel. All the systems are working beautifully. There's no issue at all with them. How do we go about? OEMs can work with us. It's their pleasure. Yeah, they are welcome. For existing systems, we can redesign them after individual study and modify them to save power. Well, our contact details are here. You can note them, or you can simply go to our website www.webcon.com and our contact details are available on that. I think I have not taken more than my designated time. And with this, I finish my talk. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, Dada.
Ankit, he has finished his talk.
Yeah.
Nirmala.
I have finished my talk, Mr. Ankit and Mr. Mukherjee.
Ankit and Nirmala. Mr. Ghanshani has finished his talk.
Nirmalanda.
I think Mr. Mukul Singh, you can start.
Yeah. Thank you, Subrata.
Mr. Mukul, no, he has finished his talk long back.
Yeah, yeah. Mr. Mukul Kumar Singh will primarily give us an overview, and I think to make our chairman's job a little easier, you can do a little bit of summing up, क्योंकि आपने तो पूरा एकदम शुरू से अंत तक हमारे साथ बने रहे, so yes. You can do a little bit of summing up कि किसका मतलब प्रेजेंटेशन से कहाँ कुछ आपको थोड़ा सा भी हो तो अगर ज्ञान आपको वृद्धि हुआ है, so whereall you have gained some knowledge out of today's deliberations. And let me just brief you. Mr. Subrata Mitra, he has spent his entire life in this industry. Started with career with sale. Thereafter, later part of his life in Dastur, and he has, I would say, given consultations to plants across the world, starting from Middle East to plants in Europe. So, I don't want to burden him too much, as it is, he keeps telling me that this time it becomes too tiring for me to tide over entire 5 or 6 hours at this age. तो उनके लिए थोड़ा प्रेशर बढ़ जाता है, इसीलिए उनका प्रेशर कम करने के लिए आप थोड़ा बता दें किस किस का प्रेजेंटेशन you liked, and उसमें क्या खूबियां थी या क्या कुछ आपको सीखने को मिला. आज यही मैं आपसे दरख्वास्त करूंगा. Plus touch upon a little bit of the galvanizing market in the MENA region. In the I would say this is a very vibrant region, and particularly for the coated and galvanized products. You are the best person to talk about it. So the floor is yours.
Okay. First, I would like to thank you for inviting me for this presentation. First, I would like to start with my company itself. Is the Maghreb Steel, and we are the. You can hear me, right?
Yes, I can hear you. Let me just add.
Okay.
Let me just add one more sentence. मैं अपना चेयरमैन को बताना चाहता हूँ कैसे मैं आपसे मिला. I met Subrata. I met Mr. Mukul Kumar Singh on LinkedIn, yes. On social network platform on LinkedIn. I met him on. We met on LinkedIn. I sent a one-line message to him. Mukulji, can you share your WhatsApp number with me, because I want to invite you as a speaker. And he immediately sent his number, and we got in touch. And now I have added him to our WhatsApp group also, so that we are in touch on a day-to-day basis. Good. But, so my special thanks to him. Without knowing me, वो हमको जानते तक नहीं थे. In spite of that, he agreed to my.
Mr. Mukherjee, actually, I know you by because I am in this industry like 20 years now. I started my career in Bhushan Steel, Saibabad. Then I goes to Kandil Steel, Egypt, and now I am Maghreb Steel now. So it's a long journey. Not so I am very used and knowing in this all industries. Okay, so concerning you asked me for some question about the presentation about your the concerned peoples. They, of course, they have their own particular field, and they try to explain the viewer, especially Mr. V.R. Sharma ji, and I work under him in Saibabad during what he told that auto sectors, and we developed that time. We have many grades there, and I was very junior that time. So it's of course it's really eye-opening for me. And you can say in the MENA region, the sales, steel market, especially the galvanizing and color coating. Of course, this area, especially in the structural and home appliances, especially in the Egyptian region, they have many home appliances they using color coating, especially the pattern and many now new technology they have come up, and we are facing the very big problem, especially for the Chinese market, because they have low coating weight,
and like 30 to 40 gram zinc coating rate, and with low, so its price will be very cheaper. And if they are dumping out in this region, especially MENA regions, and Morocco, we are also facing with the problem with like Turkey market, because we have in Morocco we have a good relation, and they have a free trade with Turkey, so they are dumping our all products in this market. Okay, so we have many concern, and our government here, the Morocco government, they have some like anti-dumping duties. They're starting on some area. We are already agreed, and good sign for us as a manufacturer still. So concerning, earlier I told you the Maghreb steel related. We are the oldest company in this region. We are started our business here 1975 as a Maghreb tubes, and then we have to start like a galvanizing lines, and then later on 2010 it was like hot rolling mill. So we have a complete section as we discussed earlier. And I just maybe here people not to mention. I just want to mention my experience. It's like blue steel, and having like like TOC, thin organic coating. They are usually used by substitute for the pre-painted. Not exactly pre-painted. Intermediate with galvanizing and pre-painted is having a thin organic coating with some color appearance, which can be good market as well, because some of the traders just need the colors and more protection than galvanizing. It's like you can say like it's like chromate, some kind of chromate with the colors. So it's like anti-finger and having the good appearance. So these things are also valuable. I want to just make here the technical things. And the blue steel. So blue steel is like a substitute of HR for the pipe industry for the lower thickness, like 0.8, 0.9, 1 mm. So this pipe industry, they're using this blue steel. We are already producing here in Maghreb steel, low with bypassing our zinc bath. If you have not having good order about the galvanizing, so we use this product producing in this area. So many things we have here. Also, I just my main target when the Mr. Mukherjee has asked me to join is main target is here. We are depend, because this is a very near to Europe side, So most of the supplier here is from the European side. All our 99% supplier from Europe. Not a single supplier, except we have a one pickling line here that is made from that time's flat product, very long time back. So this is the only one supplier we have, but unfortunately we are just looking the low, what you can say, we are looking for the low cost supplier like China or India, and because our product cost is very high. So in such case, we have to reduce our cost by using some low cost like equipment, raw materials, and many things. So in your platform, I invite everybody in supplier categories. They come to us, or maybe they will take my numbers and my emails and try to contact me. And I'm just here to make the supplier development and something to get somehow to increase their process, product qualities. So of course, this is my first time for your platform, and I hope so it can be later. We will see you soon, and maybe your supplier and the concerned supplier will contact me. Hope I finished my my speech. Let your turn, sir, please.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Good.
मुकुल जी, थैंक यू सो मच. मेरा तहे दिल से आपका शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
तहे दिल से धन्यवाद. And really grateful that you made our जिसे कहते हैं चार चांद लगा दिए आप, because to get an outside perspective, क्योंकि आप खुद इंडिया से होकर to give a perspective of especially a country like Morocco, where we hear very little about. To hear about UAE, to Saudi Arabia, इन सब के प्लांटों के बारे में हम लोग जानते रहते हैं, मिलते रहते हैं. जैसे आज मैंने अल गुरैर आयरन एंड स्टील का CEO को इनवाइट किया था, लेकिन because it's a Friday, for a Muslim country, it's a holiday. So that is why it was a challenge to get someone speaker from Middle East. But we could get a perspective of that Morocco is also facing a challenge of dumping, which is a challenge for
Yes, everywhere, everywhere.
जैसे
This
शर्मा
reason,
जी खुद ये ग्रुप में पोस्ट भी किए हैं आज. If you see, he posted that we should have some anti-dumping mechanism in place or safeguard duties in place. So this is a challenge for many countries, not just India. And good that you covered. And I'm sure आप अगले साल जनवरी में हमने जब प्लान करके रखा है कि we'll have the next webinar, क्योंकि अभी तो फिजिकल कॉन्फ्रेंस हो नहीं सकता है for a few more months at least. देखिए मैं फिजिकल कॉन्फ्रेंस में इनवाइट 2000 भेजता हूं तो 10 लोग भी रिस्पॉन्ड नहीं करते हैं. Here the advantage is if I invite 20 people में 18 लोग तो आ ही जाएंगे. Because people can participate from their office, travel करना नहीं है. So they can easily participate. खर्चा नहीं है travel का, कहीं जाने का सवाल नहीं है. You sit in office or at home and you can address the webinar. So this is a big advantage of bringing, and this is my job. मैं अपना तनख्वाह कमाता हूँ by bringing people together. That's my job. And सजन जिंदल के स्टाइल में बोलूं तो I think steel, I dream steel, and I live steel. तो यही मैं आप मेरे बेटे से आज मिले तो मैं अपना बेटे को जब बचपन से मैं उसको यही सिखाता आया हूँ. I've told him one thing. Remember, just like you respect your mother, this industry is your mother. So I am very passionate about this industry. So wherever in the world I go, I keep telling everyone one thing. I see this as a sunrise industry, and as you have seen, last I would say a month and a half, steel industry has come back to Indian steel industry has come back to its glorious days once again. I would say, आज के दिन में HR 49,000 50,000 के करीब भाव पे बिक रहा है. So this was something which we had all dreamt of, So it is I would say the glorious days are back once again. I am very hopeful of this industry. Way back in 2007, मैंने लक्ष्मी मित्तल को एक सवाल पूछा था. It was in the headquarters of ArcelorMittal in Luxembourg, where three of them were there. Lakshmi Mittal and their CEO that time, Malay Mukherjee, and the third person was Aditya Mittal. ये तीनों हमारे साथ बैठे हुए थे. हम कुछ मतलब जर्नलिस्ट इंडिया से गए थे. So I asked Lakshmi Mittal one question. Why did you invest in an industry at a point of time when it was not seen as a sunrise industry? His reply was, the sun was rising then, the sun is rising now. But people failed to notice the rising sun. आज भी मुझे याद है. It was 2007, मतलब 12-13 साल पहले की बात है. लेकिन I remember exactly what he said. He said the sun is rising now, the sun was rising then. People failed to notice the rising sun. तो मैं इसी बात पे आज खत्म करूंगा, and I would request Subrata just to propose a vote of thanks, and my son Ankit will just say a few words to close the session. Subrata, and this is one gentleman whom you will hear right now, for whom I have the utmost respect. मेरे लिए सुब्रतदा भगवान से कुछ कम नहीं है. So with that, I would request Subrata just to propose a vote of thanks, and Ankit will say a few words, and then we'll close the session. मैं January first week में मुकुल जी आपको invite करूंगा. We will plan something on a larger scale. It will not be just on flat products or just on long products. It will be primarily what I'm planning is beyond the pandemic, what the world will look like. And in 2001, what can we expect from the steel industry globally? Subrata,
yeah, it will be my pleasure, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Subrata Mitra will propose a vote of thanks, and Ankit, closing remarks, and we will pack up for the day.
Thanks. I would like to thank all the sponsors and supporting organizations, co-sponsors, and everyone who has contributed to the cause of steel industry and it is relevant product like CR products and helped steel and metallurgy to organize such a nice and value-added webinar today. And I would also like to thank Mr. V.R. Sharma, Sharad Mohandra, Mr. Singh, yourself, then Mr. Shobhashaji Bandopadhyay for giving their insight into the business. Mr. Sharad Mahendra, CEO, JSW Coated Products, Mr. Sridhar of ArcelorMittal, Mr. Soumitra Banerjee of Quaker Houghton, Mr. Shanat Bhomik, who of course stayed for a little time. He also took it time to say something. IMS Mako, Mr. Christian Naxted, and Arijit Biswas, Mr. Shekhar Sinai of SPS Steel, Mr. Pugasetti from Zinc, he's a zinc expert of galvanizing industry. Sudip Chatterjee, Indrox Global Private Limited, Vikas Singh of Henkel Adhesive Technology, Manish Arora ji from Hercules, he's MD of Hercules, Mithilesh Yadav from Danieli, Mr. L.M. Ghanshami from Vapcon, and of course, Mukul Singh, you stayed up to the end, and Mr. Anil Chaudhary, Chairman Sir, because of his engagement with the Steel Ministry, he could not participate as he normally does. So, with again another thanks and best wishes to all for supporting this beautiful webinar and knowledge-based webinar.
Thank you, Subrata. Ankit, closing remarks, and Mithilesh, if you Mithileshwar will also say a few words as a good friend. So, Ankit,
yeah,
your close.
I just want to thank the entire organizing committee, which was led by Subrata uncle and Shobhashachi uncle, both of them who have been throughout all the 20 webinars that we did. They were always there with us. They have supported our events. And I would also like to thank the Steel and Metallurgy team for making this event possible. And yeah, thank you all for joining us today, and thanks to all the sponsors for supporting this event.
Mithileshwar, do char shabd.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for organizing this. Keep doing this. It's the tough job for this kind of the circumstances is to bringing people together, and that's what you are doing. And keep doing that. Thank you so much. It was really nice, let's say, like people on the board during the panel discussion, and we got a lot of data, mainly for the coated steel. You can get the data on the steel making, iron making, but it is very tough to get the actual data from the cold loading and the coated steel industry that we got today. And it was really, really very impressive session. Thank you so much. Keep doing that. I hope you are going to make something better than this in future. Thank you. Wish you all the very best to you and your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Mithileshwar. Just one. Ghanshani ji, आप कुछ बोलना चाहेंगे?
Thank you और धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद सर. Thank you so much. बस एक ही आप सबसे बस आपके ज्ञान के लिए इतना बता दूं. If you want to get the recording of today's entire webinar, just go to YouTube, search for Steel and Metallurgy channel. You can get the entire YouTube recording, and you can keep it for your reference. The entire webinar today was done live on YouTube, so the entire recording will be there on YouTube. You can download it anytime you want. So with that, thank you so much, and Shubharatri, and wish you a very happy and prosperous 2021.
All the best.
All the best. Thank you. Good night, sir.
Good night.